If I get everybody to quiet down, if you can find a seat, grab a seat. All right, folks, if you can, we don't mind people standing, but you can't be in the doorways, so make sure we have access. If you can find a seat, find a seat. Appreciate it. Thank everybody for being here this morning. Good morning. I'd like to call to order the July 9th, 2024 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Hartman.
Here.
Supervisor Nelson.
Here.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Capps.
Here.
And Chair Lavadino.
I'm here. At this time, if everybody could please stand and join us in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item of business is the approval of the minutes from the June 25th meeting. Can I get a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Lavadino, members of the board, I do have a few announcements this morning. We posted an addendum to today's agenda on Friday, July 5th, amending the administrative item number 6 from the Behavioral Wellness Department regarding an agreement for services of independent contractor with David Guest Home Inc., Davis, for provision of intensive residential program for structured mental health rehabilitation services. Administrative item number 6 was amended to include ratify to the recommended action A. Recommended action A should read approve, ratify, and authorize the chair to execute an agreement for services of independent contractor with Davis Guest Home Inc., not a local vendor, for the provisions of the intensive residential program for structured mental health rehabilitation services. This addendum was posted online and has been made available to the board and the public. We posted an ex-agenda item request on Monday, July 8th, 2024. This ex-agenda request was from the County Executive Office and is regarding a report on the 2024 lake fire. The ex-agenda request was added to today's agenda and distributed to the board and the public Tuesday, July 9th at 8:20 a.m. Since there is a need for immediate action, that need for action came to the attention of your board subsequent to the agenda being published on July 3rd, 2024. Your board will need a vote to hear this item pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2. A 4/5 vote is required. For the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so virtually via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for today.
We'll take a vote on that in just a second. I just want to make an announcement that the conference room next door has the ability to listen and see in here, and if anybody would like to take advantage of that. We also have the Planning Commission room open downstairs as well. So we need a vote on the ex-agenda item. It'll be a 4/5 vote. Can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion to add the agenda item to today's agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. That takes us to the next item of business is our CEO report.
Good morning, Chair Lavadino and board members. I have 2 reports today, both regarding wildfire. And before we have an update on the OEM, before we have an update on the lake fire, I have just a brief announcement about behavioral wellness. This is some good news. The community wellness team was highlighted, and it was a feature in the CNN opinion article this past week. The piece highlighted the impacts of surviving a wildfire. It applauded the county's work of providing the community wellness team, a team of professional counselors, for the first year of the Thomas Fire and the 1/9 debris flow. It acknowledged the important work that these teams did in helping our community decide between being a victim or survivor, and in the end, empowered the community to become more resilient. So acknowledgement to behavioral wellness and the community wellness team. Now on to the lake fire. Our Emergency Operations Center is currently activated for the lake fire. It was sparked Friday at 3 p.m. near Zaca Lake and has prompted evacuation orders and warnings in a rural part of the county. Currently, the fire is spanning the 3rd and 4th districts of our county. I also want to thank Congressman Carbajal, who personally called many of us to offer whatever federal assistance is needed. Today, we have in the room Anthony Stornetta, Chief of Operations for the County Fire Department, as well as Todd Hopkins from CAL FIRE. Also available is Ryan McKee from Caltrans on Zoom, and Chris is here from Public Works should there be any questions. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Anthony.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Laminino, member of the board. Thanks for having us here today. I have with me Todd Hopkins, who's one of the other incident commanders. Just for a little information, at the ICP is myself as incident commander, CAL FIRE, and the Forest Service. We are in unified command due to the values at risk and the direct protection of the different areas. So we have federal land, we have state land, and because of the state lands in our contract with CAL FIRE, that's why we're in unified command with them. So I'll have, if you don't mind, can we put the map up, if you don't mind? So I have the map up here, and I know it's going to be difficult to read and see, but I'll kind of explain it to you and walk around. But I'll just give you some stats real quick of where we're at on this fire. So currently it's at 26,178 acres as of this morning. It's 12% contained. We have 2,485 personnel. That's probably going to go up another couple hundred today with the resources that we have on order. Currently, we have 190 fire engines, 70 hand crews, 11 helicopters, and last night we actually ran those helicopters at night and did night water dropping above Brinkerhoff, Happy Canyon, just because of the values of risk in the homes up there. So this is something that's out of the ordinary that we haven't done in a long time. And hopefully either tonight, we're looking at bringing in some CAL FIRE helicopters as well to do that night dropping with us to protect those values at risk. Do we have the pointer? Maybe go back to the other map real quick, if you don't mind. The previous one, yeah. So I'll try to give you guys an update. Is this a point up there? What's that? No? Okay. So if you look up to the far left there, that's the very north end of the fire. And what that is that's a Sisquoc drainage that goes around the top of that. That goes all the way into the forest. And to the far left of your map, that's the Sisquoc area. The fire on that side's looking really good. We have some dozers and hand crews all working in the Sisquoc drainage there. Coming down the left-hand shoulder there where you see a little bit of black, that's our containment currently. So what that is that's all along Fox and Canyon Road. If you know where Tres Hermanos is and the Diamond JT, where Teixeira is, the Rancho Sisquoc and the La Laguna Ranch, that follows that all the way down. We have some good containment on that, some good dozer line. There are a few places where we have to walk some fire down and just really tie that in. And that comes around to the Zaca Lake entrance and then down to Zaca Station. So I know we have a road closure, a hard road closure there right now where we're not letting anyone in. That's because that's not totally secure line. As soon as we get some secure line on that and some more containment down to Zaca Lake, we'll lift those closures and open those wineries back up. I know there's a lot of concern about some businesses in there, and that is our priority of ours. We want people to get back in there, and we also want those wineries to get opened up too. As you look down there to the blue area, that's a Cedric Reserve right there. All the way to the Cedric Reserve, we have it tied into the Figueroa Mountain where the Neverland Ranch is. But as you go from the Cedric Reserve to the back of Woodstop and Brinkerhoff, that's where we have that fire sitting way up on top of the hill of Brinkerhoff. We had a lot of crews and a lot of resources there last night, put some dozer line in. We have a line in between the homes and the fire right now. We're just watching it, and that fire's just slowly backing down. We're going to try going direct where we can, but just for an example, yesterday it was very, very hot out there. If anyone may have been up at 11 o'clock at night looking at the weather station, it was 86 degrees with 6% RH. That is incredible, 11 o'clock at night. Fire behavior acted as if it was like that as well. Today's fire behavior will be a little worse. We'll have a lot higher temperatures, and we'll get into that in a second. As you keep on walking around, you look out there and you can see the branch 5. So that's kind of where the fire is heading. It's heading out to the forest, and we have confirmation it's in the wilderness now. Our main plan and our values at risk is everything along Brinkerhoff, Happy Canyon, we want to keep skirting away from all those homes. Most of our resources and our night dropping helicopters are working in that area. We can switch to evac now if you want. For evacuation, so if we look at the bottom there and we see those two orange polygons, so the way the evacuations work is with the team and then OEM and the sheriff. So myself and I give Frank Vasquez from the Sheriff's Department a lot of credit. He's been side by side with ourselves and the team at the incident command post, and then Kelly, fire, and then also the team member and sheriff are all in OEM together too. So we have 2 layers of everyone communicating with each other. That's how we look at evacuations, build these polygons, and eventually send them out. So it's a team effort. So at the bottom there, those 2 orange polygons are the Woodstock area along Sedgwick Reserve, and then the one a little farther out is more towards Happy Canyon. And if we need to build it out again, we'll go to the right just a little bit more. Everything else in front of the fire is in a mandatory, and at the back there, that's that Sisquoc, Fox and Canyon area. If we had to look further, we hope to leave all this in a warning and not pull any more orders. That's what we want, but this is our current situation on evacuations. I'd be happy to answer. Do you have anything else, Todd, you want to add?
Bring in the work team and the suppression.
I'll let you talk about that. Yeah.
Well, should we get questions for Anthony first, or should we? You want to just do the whole thing?
I'll just do the whole thing.
Okay, let's do the whole thing, and then we'll go to questions.
So in addition to the firefighting efforts, we'll also be starting today suppression repair efforts. So if you go back to the other slide of the fire, it's kind of hard to tell, but if you see along the southwest portion of the fire where the black line is, that's our controlled line. So we'll start doing suppression efforts in there. So we'll start, and what we'll end up doing is also bringing in what we call a WORT team, or a watershed emergency response team, because we know with the vegetation that's being burned off, the steepness of the slopes, of what can happen for the future with the rains. So not only are we battling the fire, but we're also looking at those efforts. So trying to put the land back into some type of repair, and not just leaving a mess out there for everyone to deal with in the future.
All right, let's open it up for questions. Supervisor Williams? Oh, you wanted to go there first. Supervisor Hartman?
I think one thing that comes up repeatedly with my constituents is there's a difference on where you go for information about services to people and evacuations and about fire behavior, but you're communicating. So if people are interested in knowing more about fire behavior, the wind, the weather, what's the best source of information for the public on that?
I think at a very high level, it's at the radiosvista.org sends out all the information. But if you're going to look at a high level what the weather's going to be doing, it's the National Weather Service site, and the NOAA site will have it all on there. Today we're going to go in red flag again at noon. Unfortunately, we're going to experience some pretty significant winds tonight. And if they want to look at that, it's mostly on the NOAA website and National Weather Service.
So significant winds tonight in the fire area.
Correct. We'll get a northwestern push again. And that's the reason we're putting all those efforts on the Happy Canyon side, because that northwest wind's going to push down. And like I mentioned last night, at 87 degrees, it's burning all night long. So Santa Maria last night, I think I put on a jacket about 8 o'clock at the command post. Up there, it was really hot still.
So the people who are evacuation warning, big winds come, so they should be getting alerts from readysb.org.
Correct.
And then will they also get door-to-door, Sheriff? Or, I mean, how, I think the question is, how do you move from evacuation warning to you got to get out of here?
Yeah, so we're going to get plenty of notice. There's a lot of people out there on the line, our divisions and our branch branch directors. They all know that we need plenty of notice to get that up and rolling. Working with Frank Vasquez at the command post, we know that delay could be an hour to get all the search and rescue and all the sheriff in there for the order to get all those doors knocked. But they'll go in there and actually knock on doors. I know the sheriff was proactive and knocked on doors even in the morning when we sent that out. So I know we're going to try we will get way ahead of that and give them plenty of time to get out.
Okay, but my takeaway, and I wonder if this is correct, is that we've got high temperatures and heavy winds, and so it's a very precarious situation tonight.
The fire's still up on the hill pretty high. I mean, and we'll give plenty of notice to get out when that time comes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Supervisor Nelson.
And then one other thing is, the areas that are in evacuation warning, that is where we want the residents to be ready to go at that moment's notice. So if you are in evacuation warning, the residents should be prepared, have their documents that they need to bring with them, their pets, have something to do with them, and be ready. So when they do get that call that we're putting into an evacuation order, that they're ready to get out. Because the longer that they stay, and we also say if during evacuation warning, it's still a good time to leave the area. If a lot of people don't leave during evacuation warning and they wait for an order, it's harder for us to also get resources in while everyone's coming out, especially if there's any narrow roads in the area.
Excellent point. And I think people understand that, and people with large animals should have already gotten out if they're in a warning area.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Labanino, and I just wanted to thank you both for being here today. Considering we're in the middle of the fight, for you guys to come here and speak to our board and the public, I think is really important. So it's a lot of good news, but also reason to be cautious. Moving forward. Status on structures. I had heard that we hadn't lost any structures. What is that status now?
I can speak on behalf of the SRA lands. There's no confirmed structures. I know in the forest, they're still trying to make some access up there and trying to get confirmation up there. But I know for the state lands in our area, there have been no confirmed structure loss.
That's great. That's great news. I really think that that's a tribute to.
Maybe one damaged outbuilding, maybe it. In the forest. Okay, so we do have, one damaged outbuilding in the forest.
Okay, that's great news. And so also wanted to thank you for the work with the Ag Pass program. It seems to be a successful program that a lot of our farmers are still able to access their property, and that's the work that you guys did in advance to prepare some of our farms, our agriculturalists, so that they'd be able to handle these situations and still be able to attend to their livestock or their crops. In the 4th District, in the Sisquoc area, so it's moving away from that direction. So the Tepscay Canyon is looking okay at this point as far as your projections are concerned, and or will those lines be shored up pretty soon? Will those go to black?
Yeah, at the very north part of the map there, and unfortunately we've had a lot of fires in areas, you know. We had La Brea, we also had the Alamo come around that side. So with that, we have all the old maps that we use for those dozer lines, and they're actively in there pushing through the Sisquoc. And I say, as we push through the Sisquoc, we have our tribal partners with us as well. So we're looking at all the sensitive sites as well. But yeah, we're looking at opening that up around that north end. Thankfully, that fire's backing in really nice and gentle, so it's given us opportunities to actually go direct on it instead of opening up Sisquoc all the way. But we also have a contingency plan about opening dozer line up on the east side on the ridge line above Tepescay Canyon into Colson if we need to do that too.
And I just know from the storms that we had a couple of years ago, a lot of the access is still limited out there to the forest from Tepescay, and that area is obviously a bit of a tinderbox. So I know there's a lot of concern about the fire getting up that direction, but it's good to hear that things are moving away from that. Obviously, there's some other communities that are absolutely in concern, and so thank you for all the work you guys are doing out there.
Yeah, and just in Supervisor, just to finish up, is every spot we have for a line, we have either direct line, indirect line, and then we're looking for that next one. So we'll have 3 levels of protection. If we can get a 4th one in, we try to do that. And that's what we're doing now. We have people way out front of it planning that next line in case we need, so we don't fall on our heels and we're behind the curves.
Excellent.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I just wanted to back up Supervisor Hartman's point about evacuation warnings being a good time to get out if there's bad prognostication ahead. In my district, the 1st District, we've gotten used to frequent evacuations for fire and flood danger, and many in my district have come to regard evacuation orders as get out fast and evacuation warnings as get out more leisurely. And so especially if there's large animals or other reasons why it will take you a while to get out, it's a good time to get out. And then I just want to express the board's thanks to all of you, the firefighters and all emergency personnel that are involved in the incident, including probably some of the folks back here, since all county workers are emergency workers and go in and work in the EOC. So we want to appreciate all of your participation and work.
Supervisor Capps?
Thank you. I'll just echo the gratitude. This is a time when we understand the collective nature of our work and the gratitude that we all feel for first responders and those here who work for the county and others. I did have a specific question that's somewhat related to evacuation. I spoke with the CEO about this, and I've gotten some concerns from neighbors south about the closure of 154 and or the partial closure now, and how that might relate to evacuation plans. If anyone could give an update or speak to that, it would be helpful.
Yeah, I've been talking with Zeke from Caltrans.
Yes.
And it's nowhere near us having to evacuate that direction, but again, we're always looking ahead in
Sure.
case that happens. So I've been speaking with Zeke about it. If we evacuate the Roblar Happy Canyon, we would most likely send him into San Ynez 101. But talking to him, if we need to send him up over the hill for any reason at all, he'll one-way the light there at the south side here at San Antonio, so everyone just comes out. There'll be no entrance in, and evacuation will be one-way only. So we already have that plan. We already talked about it, so that'll just be coordinated with CHP when the time comes. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Just to speak to the anxiety that folks on Old San Marcos Road feel that there's semis going back and forth, and I know we're working with Public Works to try to prevent that, but it is a tangential part of this fire. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Thank you very much. We appreciate all the work you guys are doing. Thanks for keeping us updated. Appreciate it, and the public.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisors, if I could just add because OEM was not available, they are at the incident command post today, but we did have a shelter open in Solvang, at the Solvang Vets. No one visited the shelter, so it's on warm status, meaning it's on hold, but it can be opened with any request. So I just want to let the public know that.
All right, great. Thank you very much for the report. Our next item of business is the administrative agenda. Any board members like to pull any items from the administrative agenda? Supervisor Capps?
A17, please.
17.
16 and 20.
16 and 20. Supervisor Nelson, I have you for 5.
A5, and I'd like to make comment on A17.
17. Okay, Madam Clerk, any members of the public wish to pull any items from the administrative agenda?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we also have 2 requests from the public to speak on administrative item 17.
17. It's a popular one today. All right, cool. Can I get a motion to approve the balance of the administrative agenda except for items 5, 16, 17, and 20, please? So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? The balance passes unanimously. So we're going to go to the resolutions to be presented at this point. So can we, Madam Clerk, can we please read item A1 into the record?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, administrative item 1 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Ryan Estes, Jose Garcia, Debbie Haldeman, Salvador Lara, Manuel Ledesme, Andy Marquez, Richard Mayer, Irma Morales, Octavio Ochoa, George Ruiz, and Ron Vicente as the July 2024 Employees of the Month for Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Ryan, Jose, Debbie, Salvador, Manuel, Richard, Irma, Octavio, George, Ron, and via Zoom we have Andy. I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas Ryan Estes, Jose Garcia, Debbie Haldeman, Salvador Lara, Manuel Ledesme, Andy Marquez, Richard Mayer, Irma Morales, Octavio Ochoa, George Ruiz, and Ron Vicente exemplify the county's organizational values of accountability, customer focus, equity, and inclusion, innovation, trust, and ethics. And whereas Ryan, Jose, Debbie, Salvador, Manuel, Andy, Richard, Irma, Octavio, George, and Ron model the transformative behaviors of collaborative problem solving, alignment with the county's vision, risk-taking, data-driven decision-making, and strategic thinking. And whereas They make up the extraordinary facilities team with a combined 127 years of dedicated service to the Department of Social Services. And whereas the facilities team supports the mission of the department to help our community be safe, supported, and self-sufficient by providing excellent customer service to over 900 employees in 6 buildings across the county. And whereas the facilities team is known for their exceptional service and willingness to go above and beyond, assisting to address security concerns, building-specific demands, and creating new workstations overnight for our growing workforce. And now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors recognizes the facilities team of the Department of Social Services as the Employees of the Month for July 2024, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino and members of the board. I'm Rachel Littman, the Assistant Director for Administrative Services in the Department of Social Services. And on behalf of Director Nielsen and the rest of the executive team, I'd like to thank you for honoring this facilities team today. I'd also like to introduce Susan Freeborn, our Facilities and Disaster Services Manager, who is the amazing leader of this amazing team. We who work on the administrative services side of social services often stay out of the spotlight. Much of what we do is behind the scenes, and this is the case with our facilities team here. Ryan, Jose, Debbie, Sal, Manuel, Andy, Richard, Irma, Octavio, Jorge, and Ron support over 900 employees in our department every day, efficiently distributing supplies to all buildings, keeping our stock rooms well-stocked and organized, and making sure our employees have the tools and materials to best serve the community. These dedicated employees display an incredible work ethic, stepping up during disasters, safety events, and anything else unexpected that comes our way. They are the first ones reporting to work in the mornings, opening up the buildings, welcoming their coworkers with smiles and friendly greetings, which they did this morning. Many of them were on the road at 6:30 so they could check into their buildings on their way here. And they have a couple of their former peers who are now working in our IT division who are able to cover the mail runs this morning. So it is an honor, and I'm proud to be here to share in taking some time to honor this team and the critical role they serve for our Department of Social Services and the County of Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Looks like you all want to say something. Anybody want to speak? No? All right. Yeah, the behind the scenes crew. All right. Thank you for being here this morning. Do you guys want to have your mics on? Okay. Okay. All right. That takes us to item A2. Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item 2 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the week of July 21st, 2024 through July 27th, 2024 as pretrial probation and parole supervision week in Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Chief Probation Officer Holly L. Benton, DPO Rita Guzman, Senior DPO Miguel Ochoa, JIO Lizette Cruz Zamora. And now I'll read the resolution into the record. Whereas during the week of July 21st through the 27th, 2024, probation, parole, community supervision officers, criminal justice, and juvenile justice professionals, and the community across the nation will join to celebrate pretrial probation and parole supervision week. Whereas the probation department today consists of over 328 dedicated professionals working collaboratively with other agencies and community partners to deliver evidence-based programs to justice-involved adults and youth. while focusing on the enhancement of safety, the reduction of recidivism and racial inequities, the protection and compensation of victims, the promotion of crime prevention services, intervention, rehabilitation, positive youth development, and restorative justice principles. And whereas probation officers and juvenile institution officers provide an efficient and cost-effective use of public resources by supervising approximately 2,639 adults and approximately 273 youth within Santa Barbara County. The probation department conducts pretrial assessments and currently monitors 555 individuals on pretrial supervision, utilizing the least restrictive options necessary to ensure public safety, while allowing them to remain in the community and avoid incarceration and assist with the reduction of local jail population by providing supervision, assessment, and safety referral to individuals approved for release on alternative sentencing programs. And whereas during the department's 115 years of service, probation's role has evolved dramatically, and probation now serves as an integral partner in local law enforcement and the criminal justice system. The probation department serves as an essential connector in the justice system, bridging the gap and maximizing the resources available to reduce recidivism by carefully balancing direct human services with research-based deterrence and interventions. Probation department staff possesses and continues to display a high degree of professionalism, commitment, and pride in their work they perform for the courts, in our juvenile justice facilities, and in the community, while striving to guide and support justice-involved individuals towards becoming productive and successful members of the community. Santa Barbara County probation officers, juvenile institution officers, and pretrial service specialists dedicate their lives to rehabilitation and community safety in order to improve the quality of life for all of our community. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of July 21st through the 27th, 2024 as pretrial probation and parole supervision week, and recognizes these officers for their significant contributions to making the County of Santa Barbara a safer place to live. Passed and adopted today.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino,
Morning.
members of the board, and CEO Miyasato. I'm Holly Benton, the Chief Probation Officer. It's my privilege to represent the officers and staff of your probation department today and to thank your board for this resolution, which spotlights the important work our dedicated professionals do in our community and in our Juvenile Justice Center every day. Through our work, we offer the power of hope and a second chance for success, and I'd like to thank your board for your continued support of our department. With me today are 3 of our line officers who represent our adult and juvenile divisions and our Juvenile Justice Center. And I'd like to give each an opportunity to briefly introduce themselves to your board and to share a little bit about their work.
Good morning, Supervisors, through the chair. My name is Miguel Ochoa. I'm a Senior Deputy Probation Officer. Today, I'd like to share a few of the initiatives juvenile probation is undertaking this year. First, we are expanding the use of child and family teams meetings to all youth assessed to be at risk of removal from their homes. These meetings include the youth, family, service providers, and other identified supports. They are led by a probation officer specifically trained in meeting facilitation. These meetings allow the youth to advocate for themselves as they are able to voice their needs. The goal is to strengthen family relationships by providing needed supports that would allow the youth to remain in the community and in turn lowering the number of youth entering foster care or being rearrested. Juvenile probation is also continuing to conduct 2 wellness operations per year, one prior to the start of the school year and another prior to the holidays. During the back-to-school event, youth and their siblings are provided with backpacks, school supplies, healthy snacks, and support to ensure school enrollment. School attendance is shown to be an important factor for our youth to stay on track. Lastly, we will have reentry navigators through Fighting Back Santa Maria Valley to serve youth detained at the Juvenile Justice Center, ranging from a few hours to several years. Through these efforts, we support our youth in making positive changes, demonstrate compassion in our juvenile justice system, improve outcomes, and also strengthen families and communities as a whole. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight our juvenile division today.
Good morning, Supervisors, through the chair. My name is Rita Guzman. I'm a Deputy Probation Officer in the Adult Division assigned as a Department Services Navigator. This initiative was launched in March of this year as part of the coordinated entry pilot, also known as whole person care. In this role, I contact individuals who walk through our doors and assess their specific needs so I can connect them with any and all available resources within the various county departments. I have worked closely with community services, public health, and the Department of Social Services to meet the needs of those I contact. We have been able to work as an effective team to help those in need. I would like to share a success story I had the privilege to experience. A client reported to probation and requested assistance. He was in need of medical care, substance abuse treatment, mental health treatment, and housing. He was unhoused and not from the area. Using our resources, the individual was connected with the Access Line, Community Services, and Public Health. The client was provided with a same-day appointment with behavioral wellness. He was thankful for the attention and help he received and appreciated being heard as to his concerns and needs. It was rewarding to see this client connected with 3 services, all on the same day, thanks to the teamwork of multiple departments. Although this is a new assignment, we made an impact on numerous lives in a short period of time. Thank you for the opportunity to share on behalf of the Adult Division. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisette Cruz, and I'm a Juvenile Institutions Officer at the Juvenile Justice Center. As a JIO, I work with detained youth to provide them with supportive services that will assist them upon their reentry into the community. Through a network of support, our goal is that they will make better decisions and not continue into the adult system. To that end, this year we implemented a restorative justice specialist who specifically works during the evening and on weekends to assist youth with conflict resolution. The specialist utilizes community resiliency model and restorative justice circles during individual and group interactions. Youth can be referred for services by staff or can request services to prevent or resolve conflict. This gives youth tools to handle their emotions better and teaches skills to understand others' point of view. As we now can have youth committed for several years, the facility also implemented a youth leadership council which meets weekly. The council consists of 3 youth who have demonstrated good behavior and who have the ability and desire to represent the needs of all the youth at the JJC. This forum allows for youth with long commitments to have a voice in facility events and program improvement. It also enhances each youth's development and increases program participation. Recently, the council organized a facility soccer tournament and barbecue, which all the youth really enjoyed. I appreciate the opportunity to highlight the good work of the facility division. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you all. We really appreciate getting a little insight into your daily activities, so much appreciated.
Chair Levanino, we have so many members of probation here. Could you just stand and be recognized, the whole probation team that's here?
All right, that takes us now to our administrative items that have been pulled by the board and the public. We'll take them in numerical order. Madam Clerk, can you please read administrative item number 5 into the record?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, administrative item number 5 is from the Behavioral Wellness Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Regents of University of California Agreement for Crisis Recovery, Engagement, Diversion, and Outreach Proposition 47, Research and Evaluation Services for fiscal years 2022 through 2026, and Data Transfer and Use Agreement for fiscal years 2022 through 2026.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. My concern with this item was that, as I looked at the contract, it technically began in 2022, and we're sitting here in 2024, almost 2 years later, and, I'm unsure whether those services have been going on, and the contractor just hasn't been paid. I think it deserves a greater explanation. I went through the material and couldn't determine why it had been so long. The Credo 47 program seems to be a very effective program, and I'm not opposed to that, but just on a process basis, approving a contract that's over halfway through a 4-year contract is troubling, as well as a data use agreement that's included in here. If that wasn't in place for the last 2 years, has data been sharing? The contractor is supposed to provide quarterly reports. How does that all work if we don't have an agreement in place? So I was troubled by this item in trying to understand exactly, how something like this shows up in 2024 when it should have begun in 2022, and that we're almost halfway through this contract in general. So I was just hoping maybe get some explanation from the Behavioral Wellness Department. There was also supposed to be an initial evaluation done by the contractor. Is that in place? None of that was in the narrative on this item. So just from a process point of view, not a programmatic point of view, I had an issue with this item. So I don't know if anybody from Behavioral Wellness is here.
Director
Good
Navarro?
morning.
Yep.
Yes, good morning, Chair Lavanino and Supervisors. I am joining you from online this morning. Yes, so this item is actually for the evaluation part of Credo 47, a contract with Jill Sharkey and UCSB to evaluate Credo 7 overall and its performance. Unfortunately, so to first note, yes, the team from UCSB created an initial evaluation plan, which was reviewed by our team. It has been a protracted agreement and negotiation on this contract because the respective HIPAA experts on both the BWell side of the house and UCSB were at a disagreement regarding protected health information and how that would be shared and collected. Our respective councils also went back and forth over the past year and a half trying to decide how this contract could get written in such a way that we would be sharing information legally and appropriately and not violating any of the HIPAA rights of the clients whose data would be shared. So that took, unfortunately, a protracted amount of time. And each time we thought we had come to an agreement, there would be one more piece where UCSB or the proposed contractor may say, well, there's this piece of information we'd have to reevaluate again. So while there are quarterly reports to the state on Credo 47 that are provided by our teams in-house, this overall evaluation of the project has not yet occurred, but now can begin that process and be completed by 2026, which is the end of the funding.
Okay, well, I think that's a better explanation. I didn't quite get that out of the board letter, and so I appreciate you giving that. It does kind of beg the question on whether the scope should have changed, because there has been work that should have been done over the last 2 years that seems that hasn't been done at this point now. So is it still $130,000 over the 4-year life, since some of that work was obviously unperformed since the data wasn't being shared for the first 2 years?
Yes, as the evaluation context and content has not changed, it just now needs to be performed. What was only performed thus far was a plan for the evaluation, but not yet the full evaluation, as we were not able to come to an agreement until now on how to share the data in such a way that was beneficial to the clients and to the program evaluation.
Okay. Well, I think I'm comfortable with that. Again, it was a little troubling when I looked at it and trying to understand how we got to where we're at today. And I just, on occasion, other departments also bring contracts to us that are, most of the way through. And that's, I think if are we supposed to be a rubber stamp up here, or are we actually supposed to approve things? And I think that it's the best practice to see these things earlier than as late as this one. But I think I'm okay with moving forward with it this time. Thank you for the explanation. And so with that, I'll make a recommendation to approve item A5.
All right, we'll just do them all together, but yeah, cool. We don't need a special vote on that one. So let's go to Madam Clerk. Can we please read A16 into the record?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, administrative item 16 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding an amendment to the Joint Powers Authority Agreement for Santa Barbara County Association of Governments regarding the coordination of broadband activities.
Supervisor Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to call this out. I remember it was several years ago, I had a call from Congressman Carbajal saying there's going to be a lot of money, $60 billion coming for the federal government for broadband, and then $6 billion from the state. And so you better get a plan and you better get an organization. And I looked around and we didn't yet have our IT department, and where could this go? And so SBCAG, the board agreed to take it on, that it's similar enough to other kinds of infrastructure that crosses jurisdictional boundaries. And so we were able to get some of that money and develop a whole regional plan, and now we have a governance structure. It's been approved by all the 8 cities and now the county, and so we're well positioned to and have been writing grants, and getting broadband services throughout our county, particularly to the most underserved areas. So thanks to Congressman Carbajal, and thanks also to SBCAG board and the executive director and all the staff there who's worked, as well as the Broadband Consortium. It's been a lot of work, a lot of coordination, and it's been a really successful venture, I think.
And one of the items that you forgot to mention was that you've been at the tip of the spear pushing this all the way. So congratulations, and I'm glad we're actually making progress. So yes, and Bob too, exactly. Okay, so that takes us, and we don't need a separate vote on that, I imagine. So we're going to go to A17. Madam Clerk, please read that one in.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, administrative item 17 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding mutually beneficial capital projects and limited term programs in accordance with the 2024 settlement agreement between the County of Santa Barbara and the Regents of the University of California. This item is located within the 2nd District.
Okay, and we had requests from the public, so let's lead off with the public first, and then we'll come back to the board. I'm not sure who put in a speaker slip first.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we will begin here with Kimberly Keffer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Good morning, local SCIU. My name is Kimberly Kiefer. I'm the Isla Vista Recreation Park District's General Manager, LCUCSB class of 2002. I'm here personally to thank you all for prioritizing projects that have been driven and determined by our community members, by our Board of Directors. Anascoyo Park, Pardall Gardens, Children's Park, they all serve multi-generational families and UCSB and Santa Barbara City Colleges alike. It gives them an opportunity in place to have a place to call their backyards and receive the benefits of nature that we all receive living in Santa Barbara County. Our budget is finite. This additional funding will help address capital improvements like lighting and park facility improvements that will make significant change. We look forward to working with you on implementation, and a special thanks to Supervisor Capps for advocating for the voice of Isla Vistans and Parks and Open Spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Capps?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to flag this item to acknowledge the longstanding work that preceded me, definitely preceded me, but this is the first tangible outcome of a longstanding, tough, but cordial struggle challenge with UCSB over housing and the lack of housing and how that has a ripple effect throughout our entire county. And this is an actual settlement agreement that this board, Supervisor Hartman, Supervisor Hart, Supervisor Williams, all of you have worked on, and is including the CEO's office, Terry Mosnisic, to work with UCSB to get them to do the housing that we so desperately need. This is the payout, the $3.7 million that will actually, it was designated by the campus for Isla Vista improvements for their students, the safety and health of their students. And so working with stakeholders, Ms. Kiefer and Mr. Abood and others, and as well as our department heads, to come up with a priority list. And this is that priority list that will target better housing in Isla Vista, better infrastructure. We just had a tragic pedestrian death also in District 2 recently, and so many people are walkers and cyclists in Isla Vista. This will help improve our sidewalks and leverage for a state grant, a 1 to 8 match. So it's really good news today. It's a tangible outcome. Something close to my heart is cliff safety. This will help bolster our bluff safety. It also includes funding for a bathroom on Del Playa, which is critical to our bluff safety, and so many important things. I just wanted to flag this with a deep sense of gratitude for the work that it reflects in the years, and also the housing that will be built. That was the key part of the settlement, but UCSB has agreed with tough targets to build 3,500 more student units, as well as 1,800 workforce housing units. So again, a good day for Isla Vista, but really a good day for our county because of the ramifications for the entire county. I just wanted to acknowledge it.
And I think we have another public speaker that I see.
We will now move to Jonathan Abood here in Santa Barbara, and he will be our final speaker.
This is different. Chair Lavanino.
You haven't been here in a while, man.
It's been only 2 months.
Yeah.
Board of Supervisors, thanks for having us here today. My name is Jonathan Naboud. I'm the General Manager of the Isla Vista Community Services District, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Board of Directors on this item. The board letter, I submitted a letter to you all, so I'm going to just outline what we submitted in writing already. But this board letter has a spending plan for $3.7 million in settlement funds between the county and the university for the benefit of Isla Vista and UCSB students. IVCSD was asked by the county to submit our priorities on how these funds should be spent. And our board of directors seriously considered this request at our April 2024 retreat and unanimously supported placing the implementation of the Isla Vista Parking Action Plan as our top priority. Our priorities were submitted on April 30th, and on June 3rd, we submitted additional specific information about the startup costs for a parking enforcement program at the request of the county. This project has regional significance due to the California Coastal Commission's conditioning of new housing growth in Isla Vista on parking monitoring and regulation to ensure that coastal access is protected. Parking must be addressed in order for needed housing production to occur in Isla Vista as originally envisioned in the Isla Vista Master Plan. As you may know, the county, UCSB, and IVCSD partnered for the first time in 15 months on the Isla Vista parking study, which is planned to be completed by October 2024. Each agency is equally funding this study, and it was unique in that it gathered 12 months of parking occupancy data and conducted robust community engagement with 1,500 people engaged. At this point, the top recommendation of the Parking Action Plan is to put in place a parking enforcement program, of which there is none in Isla Vista at this time, to enforce existing and standard parking regulations. This includes the 72-hour rule, blocking sidewalks, driveways, red curbs, sight lines, and time zone violations. Based on the data, the curb is overparked to a high degree in Isla Vista with an average of 102% occupancy during the winter quarter of 2024 of UCSB, and with evenings averaging 108%. Some streets go above 200% occupancy due to illegal parking. Right now, the need for parking enforcement is supported by students, families, business owners, long-term residents, and coastal users. Parking enforcement program would also be essential in ensuring that the county ATP and IVCSD mobility plan elements, which are part of this settlement funding spending plan, can be successfully implemented. We respectfully request that the county add to the settlement funding project list a line item for one-time startup costs for the parking enforcement program to match IVCSD's allocation of $300,000. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I'm going to go ahead and support this item, but one of the items on the list gave me a little bit of heartburn, and that was the pilot project for housing inspections. And I know that there's a lot of good that can come from inspections, especially with bluff safety, but it is concerning to me when we may have, if we develop a robust inspection program, functionally, they're very difficult to run. I was just reading up on San Luis Obispo City, who started one and then closed it up because it was just too difficult, and especially in a college town, it sometimes leads to actually less housing, believe it or not. So there's a lot of concerns out there with that item, and so that I think the devil will be in the details when that comes back to the board. I'm not going to necessarily support that without a lot of thought and development of that piece of it, but I think as a conceptual list, I'm great to move this forward, but I just wanted to reserve my concerns about a pilot project. Again, it sounds good, but it can often lead to more problems than existed before. So just wanted to highlight that before I approve this item.
Supervisor Hartman?
Oh, I just had a question for Supervisor Capps. What do you think about the CSD recommendation for, I think it's $300,000 for matching their contribution for parking enforcement?
Yeah, I appreciated that the request for one-time funds. These are all one-time funds, which is a key consideration for every single thing on the list. Obviously, there's many priorities, but we can keep talking. There is some discretion here, and perhaps there's a way to do some sort of, we are paying for a parking study, a portion of the parking study. Perhaps there's a way to lean in to the actual enforcement piece. So I appreciate Isla Vista CSD's perspective there.
Great, because I think they raised some really important points, and housing is number one issue. And if you could get rid of those cars, you'd have a lot more room for housing, and it'd be a much more attractive place. And right now, people just park and leave their cars for a long period of time. So anything in that direction would be appreciated.
Appreciate that. And if I may, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about adding 300,000, you're talking about it's out of the $3.7 million. So just to be clear to everybody, we're not just throwing $300,000 on top for parking. This is out of UCSP's money. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Nelson, on the rental inspection program, and I'll definitely take a look at what San Luis Obispo's experience was. I do think, and thanks for highlighting it, Isla Vista is a very unique situation with tenants who really need to be empowered. They are historically, student tenants are historically not empowered to report mold, to report balconies that are not safe. We've seen that time and time again, unfortunately, tragically. So this is an exploration. This is a pilot project very specific to Isla Vista that will help tenants live in safer environments. And we've all seen that up close. It's a top priority, and I'm actually most excited about this piece of it, but know that we need more exploration and working with planning development to make sure it's a really thought-through program and really has the outcome that we want, which is just safer housing, balconies that are fixed, lack of mold that is taken care of, just places that you would want your child to live in. That's the criteria for me. Thanks.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I appreciate your openness to the request because, I think they all kind of fit together, right? And the piece that was missing was the parking enforcement, just from the perspective of, the tenants will have more leverage and more ability to live in places that are to code if there's more production, and the stumbling block of not having parking enforcement there for production and being constrained by the Coastal Commission mandates is significant. And it's something that previous third district supervisors have struggled with before, going a long ways back. And so I think that this potentially could help you unlock all of those pieces.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Levin. Just since this is the last chance I get to say something before this comes back to the board, I think that there's a lot of good looking at high-level public safety issues like Supervisor Capps is bringing up on bluff safety, mold, things like that. Where these inspection programs come in is when they start looking at every little doorstop and they're getting deep into the bringing everything up to code. So that's where I saw that there's some trouble. Not that a landlord shouldn't be working towards those things, but you get down into the details, and it becomes very difficult for a landlord to continue to operate. Is what I've seen in some of these inspection programs. The other issue that I have concern about that is that our own capacity in our current planning and development department, our building division and inspection programs that exist now are understaffed and have significant delays. And so adding another program on top of them gives me heartburn. And so that's something that I think will need to be addressed when this comes back to the board. So just wanted to highlight those things before we get back when we see this maybe this fall or in December.
Supervisor Hartman.
Just quickly must add, I think the planning and development building inspection has much improved, and we're grateful to our director for that, and just have to get that on the record.
Yep. Supervisor Capps, closing? Nope, we're all good. Okay. That takes us to our last administrative item, A20.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, administrative item number 20 is from the General Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a First Amendment to the service and ground lease agreement for the Solving Senior Center. This item is located within the 3rd District.
Was there any public comment on this, or?
I don't believe so. This was.
Oh,
pulled.
okay. Well, this is the senior center in Solvang, raised millions of dollars for a new facility because we have the largest percentage of seniors in Solvang. And it's hard to raise money if you only have a short-term lease. And so we had to extend this lease, and it was extraordinary work, I understand, with James Cleary and Skip Gray, and just wanted to call out how they really bent over backwards and to help the senior center, and it's much appreciated.
Excellent. So at this point, I'll take a motion on the balance of the administrative agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Now is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on today's agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on today's agenda?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we currently have 13 requests to speak for general public comment this morning.
We have how many?
13.
13? Okay, we'll do the full 3 minutes. Before we go there, Supervisor Hartman has a public comment, so we're going to lead off with that.
Thank you very much. I wanted to request that we consider an item for a future agenda, and that would be to get a report from our Community Services Department about the impact of the recent decision, the grant pass decision by the Supreme Court. I think that has tremendous implications for our programs, and I hope they'll be working with County Council as well, so we understand not only the people, but the belongings and private and public property, and how, because I'm getting a lot of questions about this, and I think it's worthy of a D item.
Correct. I agree. Was going to ask for the same thing. Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I think it'd be great to have a more comprehensive look at that. I know we actually have an anti-camping ordinance actually on the books. I think it's chapter 24. That's already in place. It just hasn't been enforceable up to this point. I had looked at, must maybe bring forth something to address that, but I think we have a lot of that on the books now, but it'd be nice to see if we can tie all that all together.
Okay. All right, we have 13 requests to speak from the public. Let's start them off.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we will begin here in Santa Barbara with Morena Lomas, to be followed by Chris Donate.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Morena Loomis, and I work for the County of Santa Barbara, and I'm also from here. I've been a field and home visiting nurse with the Public Health Department in the Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Program for 10 years. In my role, I serve and advocate for the most vulnerable members of our community. I'm here today as a member of Local 620 to remind the board and leadership of the critical work we do daily to improve the lives of Santa Barbara County residents. In my program, we assess newborns in the first few days post-hospital discharge, link families to services such as mental health support and basic needs assistance, and connect families to substance use or domestic violence resources. Additionally, as a disaster worker, I've worked many extra hours during the pandemic assisting in mass vaccinations, supported Red Cross shelters during fires and mudslides, and contributed to other public health emergencies as needed. I'm also here today on behalf of the many clinical staff in our facilities who aren't able to take vacation time to be here and share their thoughts on these issues. I hope the board will negotiate a fair contract that allows us to continue working for Santa Barbara County and also afford to live here. It is incomprehensible to me that the board and other agencies are receiving a 5% COLA, while we, the public health employees with our feet on the ground, are being offered a mere 3%.
And you're just going to get less time to talk. So it's up to you guys, whatever you want to do. That's the way we'll handle it. So go ahead.
Thank you. It is getting harder every year to live in this area with such high inflation rates. I can't even afford health insurance for my 2 children through the county benefit plan. and prices through Covered California have been skyrocketing, making it my largest bill after rent. We should be supporting families who work for the county to afford quality healthcare coverage. Please reflect on the importance of retaining quality employees who love their work by compensating us fairly. We are requesting at least a 5% cost of living increase in the first year and a larger contribution toward our medical dependent coverage. As we spend our time supporting Santa Barbara County families, please consider supporting us as well. Thank you for your time.
Chris Donate to be followed by Bridget Day.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Chris Donati. I work for the Treasurer Tax Collector. I've been a county employee for 15 years. I came to you a couple months ago during budget hearings and spoke to you then about some of the numbers and what we were looking at with our contract. Today I'm here with a few more friends, and the point is that while I continue to be optimistic and hopeful that we're getting a good deal done, I really do appreciate the time that you've each taken to meet with us. Each one of you has taken time to meet with our representatives, and I really, really appreciate that. That is what gives me hope that you will understand our plight and understand that we're going to get a deal. We need a deal done that's a fair contract. Now, the hard part is, as a member of the bargaining team, I go into those bargaining sessions and the numbers are just so low and they're so not where we need to be in order to keep up. And for me, that's hard because I know so many of these people. My wife works for behavioral wellness. Her best friend works for child support. My son played basketball with Joe over in general services. I work the elections with Sergio, and the list goes on and on. These are this is my community. And they live in districts 1 through 5. And it hurts me because I want to see them do well with this contract. I don't want to see them stressed about bills, rents spiking, homeowners insurance going up, car insurance going up. I know you know all about the inflation. So that's basically why I'm here, is to let you know that I am optimistic that we can get a good deal done. And I am hopeful that you will recognize what we need in order to succeed in this next contract. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to close public comment. So your names that are in are still going to speak. Closing the rest of public comment. Anybody adding on at this point? Okay, go ahead.
Bridget Day to be followed by Corey Toth.
Hi, my name is Bridget, and I'm an intern with Local 620. Over the course of my internship, I've learned a lot, and I've learned the most by speaking with many union members who come from various backgrounds and work in many different roles. And regardless of the diverse nature of their work and their lives, a shared experience among all of them is the incredibly stressful effect that the increasingly high cost of living in Santa Barbara County has on their lives. These dedicated public servants are struggling. Many are living paycheck to paycheck, yet their work is essential, and it's the work that keeps this county running smoothly and protected from crises. These people and their work must be recognized and protected, and this is done by affording them the cost of living adjustment that is in alignment with the rising prices of our local and national economy. As I enter my 4th year at UCSB, I'm anticipating what comes next for me after I graduate. While I would love to stay in Santa Barbara, a place where it's become a second home to me, where I've made many personal and professional connections, it's almost impossible to conceptualize staying here with the incredibly steep prices as a young person. Renting here is very expensive for me, as it is for so many people and workers in the county. And the only reason I can currently afford to rent is because I live with 8 other girls in a house meant for no more than 6. And that number is on the low side. I believe so much that the beauty and culture of Santa Barbara County is because of the racial and generational diversity of the people within it, and these people must be given the opportunity to stay and continue to build their lives here and not be driven out just because of inadequate pay. By giving county workers the pay they deserve and the type of raise that other positions have already received, you can prioritize making Santa Barbara County a more equitable and a beautiful place to live. Thank you so much.
Corey Toth to be followed by Chelsea Ofelda.
Good morning. Chair Lavandino and Supervisors. My name is Corey Toth. I'm an employee. I'm employed by the County of Santa Barbara, and I'm in the Clerk Recorder Assessor Department. I've been there for 22 years, and I'm represented by Local 620 SEIU. I'm asking that you provide those that are negotiating our current contract I'm asking that those that represent you in the contract negotiations, that you give them the authority to offer us a contract that has cost of living increases that are more in line with the high inflation environment we've been in over these past several years. I think we all know that inflation's been high. Everybody notices that, but I wanted just myself to do a little research to see what the numbers were. I went to the California Consumer Price Index readings online, and I saw during our last contract that in June of 2020, what the CPI reading was to June 21, so our contract's going on the fiscal year. We don't yet have the numbers for June 2024, but basically it was about a 4.5% increase from 20 to 21, an 8.5% increase from 21 to 22, and a 3% increase from 22 to 23, and it's averaging over 5% per year is what the cost of living increases have been over the past 3-4 years. I went online to look at the budget documents for the county's coffers and to see what our total operating revenue was. And in the 2020-2021 fiscal year, it was about $1,310,000. It's estimated to be about $1,625,000 for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. It's about a 6% per year increase is what county revenues have been increasing, your operating revenues. So we've got inflation at over 5% per year. We've got the county's operating revenue increasing at over 5% per year, yet our salary increases have been at 2.5% per year over this contract. They haven't kept up, and so I'm asking that you give the authority to those negotiating on your behalf to offer us a contract that has a fair cost of living increase, a reasonable one. Thank you.
Chelsea, to be followed by Leo de Casas.
Is there a Chelsea? Okay, we'll skip her, come back at the end. And by the way, while we have a second, just on your sign so we're all accurate, the maximum for the board is 3%. So go ahead. Just let's all be talking off the same page.
Hello, Chairman Lavandino. Excuse me. And thanks for that clarification. And the Board of Supervisors, good morning. My name is Leo de Casals, and I'm a field representative with SEIU Local 620, and a proud laborers advocate for bargaining units 20, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27 of the County of Santa Barbara. I also have the privilege of being a member of SEIU Local 620's bargaining team in our efforts to secure a fair and equitable contract this round of negotiations. And we appreciate the county and your bargaining team's efforts in trying to reach a deal between Local 620 and the county. The resources that the county has put towards maintaining good labor relations between our employee organization and the County of Santa Barbara. And thank you to the board for meeting with each of us throughout the North and South County. Unfortunately, the county's proposals have fallen well short of our membership's expectations. Expectations that are born out of necessity, not greed or selfishness. An expectation that a public sector job at the County of Santa Barbara should provide a great wage, health care, and fair union benefits. I also have the privilege of exploring county work sites and speaking to employees firsthand up and down the coast. As our contract expiration drew near on June 30th, county employees felt a lot of things from uncertainty, fear, anger, frustration, and concern. We've asked ourselves over the course of the past few months, how is it fair that $1.9 million is being allocated in inequity funds for upper management who make significantly more than 620 members? How is it fair that money is being allocated to labor groups who aren't even out of contract? It has been made clear to our side just how much of a fiscal impact it takes to reach a deal that can satisfy both parties. What we're doing here today is making it clear how much of a fiscal impact it is having on our members' wallets with the rapid increase in inflation over the span of the last few years. Every day we go past expiration is critical funds being taken away from our members that go to basic cost of living expenses. Today we challenge the board and your team to get creative with what we have access to now and to be open to forms of revenue generators like the transient occupancy tax that's on the proposal today. Together, we demand the respect and compensation we have earned during the course of the past few years. Fair contract now. Thank you.
Elspeth Mills, to be followed by Michelle Weimer. Elspeth.
Okay.
Okay, we will move on to Michelle Weimer, to be followed by Sky Beard.
Okay. Good morning, supervisors, through the chair. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Michelle Weimer, and I've been a Santa Barbara County Public Health Department employee and county resident for nearly 15 years. I am here to bring to your attention a pressing issue that affects the vitality and effectiveness of our county services, the inadequacy of our current salary negotiations, which directly impacts our ability to attract and retain talented individuals. As members of this esteemed board, you understand that the heart of any successful organization lies in its people. Yet we find ourselves in a situation where our salaries are failing to keep pace with the cost of living in our county. This discrepancy is not just a matter of numbers on a paycheck. It directly affects the quality of services we can provide to our community. When our salaries are not competitive, we struggle to attract the brightest minds and retain experienced professionals who can truly make a difference. This results in high turnover rates, which are not only costly, but also disruptive to the continuity of services that our residents rely upon. Furthermore, our current benefits packages are falling short of meeting the needs of our employees and their families. Access to affordable health care, retirement security, and other essential benefits are not just perks, they are fundamental rights that should be guaranteed to those who dedicate their careers to public service. Therefore, I urge you to invest in us by supporting competitive salaries and robust benefits. Doing this not only acknowledges the hard work and dedication of our employees, but also ensures the sustainability and effectiveness of our county services for years to come. Together, we can make Santa Barbara County a model of effective governance and a place where public service is truly valued and rewarded. Thank you for your attention and your dedication to the well-being of our county and its residents.
Sky Beard, to be followed by Meg Beard.
There's a button on the right. Your right.
Here?
Your right. It moves it up.
Oh. Like?
No, moves the whole podium.
Moves the
Hold
whole
on, we got someone to help you.
Like this? Oh, there it is. My bad.
That's all right.
All right, thank you. Hello. Good morning, Chair and fellow board members. My name is Skybeard Armbruster, and I may not be a member of the union back here, but I am a senior at Dos Pablos High School and a member of the community. My mom, Meg, she's the breastfeeding coordinator for WIC. Yeah, and I'm just really hoping they can get a fair contract. I'm very encouraged by the success of other unions locally, like the SBTA, the teachers union that recently earned a fair contract.
or as fair as they could get for they're part of the Santa Barbara Unified School District, and I'm just hoping we can do the same here, except maybe hopefully make it a lot shorter than they did. Everyone knows this country and the economy isn't what it used to be. Gone are the days where your average family could vacation several times a year and only one parent needed to work. What was the expression they used to use back in the day? Oh yeah, the American dream. Since the pandemic, working class folks have struggled due to job cuts, extreme inflation, and to add the cherry on top, absurdly high house prices and rents due to our wonderful and beautiful town. The people are struggling, especially the brave public workers in the county government, from our food inspectors to our environmental protectionists, to those in WIC and the other members of the union here who help young disaffected mothers like my mom, mothers who are the backbone of society. Heck, these people who are really trained to give counsel on breastfeeding, nutrition, and raising children instinctually in the past have responded to emergencies like the Thomas Fire in 2017 and the COVID pandemic to become first responders, duties they aren't even trained to do. They are all in for our communities, but they are overworked, stressed, and exhausted. But they do it anyways because they truly care about the people they support. They care about us. Their value is indispensable. However, when employees can't even afford to pay the bus fare to the workplace, well, maybe they'll find a job with better pay closer to where they live. Not because they want to, but because they have to. They have families too, after all. Don't just make the right choice, make the only choice. Raise COLAs to a living wage, start trilingual pay. It's time to come together and make the promises of this community true once again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Meg Beard to be followed by Laura Robinson.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino, members of the board. Still morning after all. And Mona, thanks for all you do too. You don't get acknowledged enough. My name is Meg Beard. I'm a dietitian and lactation consultant for the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department. This last Sunday, I started my 26th year working here for the county. I'm also on the bargaining team this year and last two. I would like to thank the board for their additional increase in authority a few weeks ago. This is much appreciated. Contract negotiations is not just about COLAs, medical, or inequities. It's also trying to be innovative and coming up with new ideas. I do not see this happening. I'm a supervisor and I want to attract and retain staff. It's very hard to hire, very hard to train new staff. We proposed additional pay for advanced degrees and retention pay according to 5, 10, 15 years on up, and this went nowhere. There was no interest. The County of Santa Barbara has advanced pay for credentials and longevity pay, and they've got significant COLAs recently. So pretty soon, we're going to have more problems where they will not drive to Santa Barbara to work. They will stay in Ventura with their higher COLAs, the retention pay, and money for advanced degrees. So we will be even have more of a difficult time attracting and retaining our employees here in Santa Barbara County. We had been working toward trilingual pay. I was very impressed with our last session. Come to find out last night, our new proposal, it was cut out again. And this is dear to my heart. I work for WIC. We have 2 full-time regular staff, Mixteco speaking staff in North County. We're adding a 3rd. And I just cannot believe we can't put this on the books and get it going. The population doesn't even, the women don't even speak Spanish. They come in barefoot to see a lactation consultant. The men run the family. They're scared of the medical community. We're trying to build rapport, so just an interpreter service is not going to cut it. So please help get trilingual pay on the board for Christ's sake. Let's be one of the first counties that offer trilingual pay and meet the needs of the poorest of the poor who we work with in public health. Okay, and lastly, a small important Death benefit, to increase it to 50,000 from 20 right now. We had a coworker in our program in WIC in our site died in January, and her husband doesn't work. And average funerals are now $30,000. So please increase it. It's pennies to the county to increase that small benefit. Coworkers are very upset that we're out of, we don't get back pay we don't get back pay when we're out of, contract. Thanks for all you do. Thanks for more authority in the contract. We're one county, and Dosh, you will be missed.
Laura Robinson to be followed by Christina Rubio.
Good morning, Chair Lavalino and the board. I just want to say that if you guys had a union, you might be able to get 5 instead of 3%. My name is Laura Robinson, and I'm the Executive Director of SEIU Local 620, the labor organization that represents the vast majority of county employees, including at the fire department, people who weren't able to be here today because they're manning the phones at the lake fire, including, those facility employees that you just recognized as employees of the month. We represent employees in every major department at this county. And I am here today to address the urgent need of additional financial support for our dedicated frontline workers. Over the term of the last contract, the cost of living adjustments have effectively resulted in pay cuts for our members due to the skyrocketing inflation driven by the pandemic era. Yet, your county employees have continued to show up and perform their job duties with dedication. Whether it's maintaining our streets, providing essential public health services, or offering mental health support, our workers have been there, ensuring that this county runs smoothly. It's time for this board to properly recognize and compensate these employees for their relentless efforts and commitment. The current offer from the county is unacceptable, failing to even address this year's inflation alone. Balancing the budget on the backs of your employees is not a sustainable or a fair practice. I need to reiterate what I said during the budget deliberations. This is not a status quo year. This is a year of crisis. Your members are in crisis mode, choosing between paying their rent and buying groceries. The time is now to address these very real concerns. We cannot wait, and you cannot ask us to. Our frontline workers deserve better. They deserve to be acknowledged, rewarded, and compensated for their indispensable contributions to this community. I urge you to immediately grant your bargaining team additional authority and direct them to prioritize fair compensation for the dedicated individuals who keep this county running. Thank you.
Christina Rubio to be followed by Karen Howenstein.
Hello, like she said, my name is Christina Rubio, and I am an AOP with the Sheriff's Office. Here is a list of 3 current job openings in my city and the starting pay. Subway, $20. Panda Express, $22. In-N-Out Burger, $22. AOP with Santa Barbara County, $21.09. If you were a new hire with the Sheriff's Office and assigned to work at the main jail, here is what you can expect for your pay of $21.09. You will work a 12-hour shift, and your schedule will change every 16 weeks. Since you cannot afford to live in Santa Barbara, you will commute from Santa Maria. The commute will add 2.5 hours to your workday. You will wake up at 3:45 in the morning to get ready for work, leave your house at 4:30 so you can be sure to be on time to start your shift at 6 a.m. Your shift will end at 6 p.m., you'll get home at 7:15, and be in bed by 8 p.m., hoping that you can fall asleep right away because your alarm is going to go off again at 3:45. If you are a single parent of a toddler, you will need to pay for 14.5 hours of daycare for every day you work. When you are working the overnight shift, which you will do for 16 weeks straight and every other shift rotation, you will also need to place your child with a family member for the nights you work. Then get home in the morning, pick up your child, and take your child to daycare so you can sleep during the day. You will work on the holidays. Depending on your shift rotation, if Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's fall on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, you will work all 3 holidays. You will explain to daughters why their dads have been arrested. You will tell mothers that their son is going to prison. And you will console fathers who have done all they can to get their child into psychiatric treatment, but to no avail. And for all of this and so much more, you will earn less than if you worked as an entry-level person in the fast food industry. That's it. Thank you.
Karen Howenstein to be followed by Chuck Williams in Santa Maria.
Hello, everybody. I'm really sorry to have to show up in the middle of your contract negotiations, but I've been sitting here listening to people from the tax collector's office and the assessor's office claim that they've been doing their jobs correctly. Well, I happen to know
Karen, please address the board, not them.
you haven't been doing your jobs correctly when it pertains to my parents' property. Because when my parents' titles were attacked through non-judicial foreclosure fraud, you reassessed our property without transfer of title, without the sale of the property or the gaining of anything to my parents. What you did is you caused us about $100,000 of reassessment that we can no longer pay our mortgage on our home that my parents built, that is now facing foreclosure of its real mortgage. We're now facing that because the county has over $100,000 of reassessed taxes that they never deserved. Because somebody in the tax assessor's office and the tax collector's office refuses to speak to us now. For years, we started sending letters, certified letters, and then speaking to you directly, Joan. And this whole time, nobody speaks to us and nobody resolves the issues which have now taken us out financially through this lawfare situation. And the only entity that has gained anything is the county. The county got their reassessed property values when we're still sitting in the house. The county got that money. The county is the only one who's benefited so far. That's why I'm here suffering through everybody clapping themselves on the back. You guys know what's happening? What the job that you do, how it's affecting the people in this county when you do it wrong. I think you guys need to talk about that in your negotiations.
Next speaker.
We will now move to Chuck Williams in Santa Maria,
Karen, let's go.
who is our final speaker.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm not going to say what I was originally going to say today because the union has basically changed my mind about the way I think about things. I am not a union fan. I have had fireworks thrown at me. I've had firecrackers. I've had cherry bombs thrown at me. I've been threatened by the union because I worked in a non-union concrete plant at one time. And I have had a driver not working for the plant that I work for, but he was a hired truck driver who was killed by the union because he crossed a picket line. I am not a fan of unions. And in my life, I have never had a government job. And all of my work, when I needed more money, I would either find something to do on the side or I would change jobs that paid more money. I don't know, I feel sorry for these people because I'm sure they're going through tough times because most of these people probably voted for Joe Biden, and this is why their cost of living has accelerated. And I do feel sorry for them, and I do feel that if they would vote for Donald Trump, a lot of this stuff will turn around overnight. And I thank you, board, very much for my time. Have a good day.
Okay, does that close out public comment?
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have no more requests to speak.
Okay, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back with our departmental agendas. All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order, and we will move to departmental item number 1. Madam Clerk, can you please read that into the record?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Treasurer, Tax Collector, Public Administrator. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an amendment to Section 3221 of the County Code to include collection enforcement option for transient occupancy taxes.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Hagan.
Good morning, Chair Lavanino, members of the board. Put the slide up. I'll wait for the presentation. Bear with me, it's a long one.
And that's it.
Close. All right, so this item before you today is an amendment to County Code Section 32-21. Specifically, that's the collection piece of the TOT ordinance. And so, I'm going to slide to the next. So the two items that we are proposing to include in this ordinance is the ability to file liens on people that aren't paying, which we do on the unsecured tax roll, which is about, I think the current one's 44 million. I think next year it's probably something close to 48. The other piece is seizures, and we do that also on the unsecured roll. We seize, delinquencies. And additionally, we're proposing to clean up a section of this too, to make sure it's clear that the operator is responsible for the taxes, whether collected or not collected. So that's a cleanup piece. But the big pieces are the two action items right there on the slide. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have on it.
Supervisor Williams.
I'm just pleased that we are adding some tools in the toolbox to make sure that particularly SDR, short-term rental, TOT is being collected. So I'm really pleased about that.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I want to echo that, and I guess we're likely to have more with the Ag Enterprise Ordinance that anticipates, if this board approves it, some camping, and that would be on Ag 2 properties as well as farm stays, and then the Recreation Master Plan. So we want to generate more revenue for the county, and we want to make sure we have the tools to actually inform people and collect what's owing. So I think these are a big step, although liens it's a lot of administrative effort to do that. And I just wonder if there are more tools that you need, if there's, what direction we should be looking in to get ready for what's going to be even more STR type situations in the future.
Yeah, Chair, or Supervisor Hardman through the chair. I think these two proposals, putting that into the code, would certainly go a long ways to give me some teeth to be able to collect. If we are talking about enhancing the audit program and the collection program, we are in the process of promoting someone into that function right now within our office. And so we should be able to hopefully take on more work in that area. But I'd be hesitant to ask for more resources where I haven't deployed the resources I've been given yet. So I think I'm fine with these tools here. If we have someone that's reluctant to pay, let's put it that way.
And can you remind me, for a while, I know we had a company that was looking at advertisements and trying to figure out whether they were actually permitted or not. What's the status of that now?
Yes, Supervisor Hartman through the chair. We do have a working agreement with a company, and they have uncovered several hundred potential short-term rentals that we have sent out a couple of letters to. We've had some good responses, but we also have a list of people that we need to follow up on. And so,
No, I'm not asking that. I just, but that still exists.
Oh yeah, they're dynamite to work with.
Yeah. Oh,
very
good. And then there's the issue. They need to get permits from P&D, and they need to pay their taxes to you. So do you coordinate with P&D then when you identify people who aren't paying to see if they did get their permits, because the big complaint that I get from constituents is that there's unpermitted STRs all over the Santa Ynez Valley, and tremendous frustration about that.
Yeah, Supervisor Hartman through the chair. We do coordinate with planning and development. I think it's on a monthly basis we transfer. Yeah, yeah. They send us information, we send them information. But from my perspective, whether it's permitted or not, if they're renting, I'm still going to collect. But then we send that information over to planning and development.
Right. Ideally, we've got them permitted, and then it's easier for you to know who and to collect. But we're kind of working it on both sides right now, but just want to make sure they're coordinated. Well, thank you for all your work. I think it's a work in progress, but we're making some headway, so thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thank you. I echo the support of this that my colleagues have shared, and I just wanted to ask if you could elaborate a bit on the outreach, because one benefit of having more tools is that you might not need to use them if you do a good job promoting this, the enforcement is beefing up. And so what kind of outreach, what happens to delinquent, how are you promoting this now amongst those who pay TOT?
Yeah, Supervisor Capps through the chair. So we do send out letters. We proactively try to, contact people. Sometimes people just don't know that they need to do this. It's just, not being educated in that. But we do try to proactively, contact people that we either discover on our own staff-wise, or the company we work with that actually they're mining other sources. And then sometimes it might be a neighbor complaining that they contact us, and we'll contact them and initiate an audit.
Thanks.
Is there any request to speak from the public, Madam Clerk?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have no request to speak for this item.
Okay, well, I'll accept a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. Madam Clerk, can you please read departmental item number 2 into the record?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the second reading of a transient occupancy tax TOT increase ballot measure for November 2024 general election ballot. This item requires a 4/5 vote.
Okay, let's take a second. Looks like we're loading up.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board. Sorry for that. I just had to pull up that PowerPoint. I'm here today to present the second reading of the ordinance to a proposal to increase the transient occupancy tax. We also are asking for adoption of a resolution that will include some ballot language, as this increase does require a vote of the county voters. So the purpose today is to adopt that second reading. We brought the first reading to you on June 18th. That was approved. We will also adopt the resolution with the proposed ballot language, if you choose to do so, and make those CEQA findings. I will also be presenting some survey results from a poll that was done just a little less than 3 weeks ago. I do want to note in your packet that the final ordinance, if and as adopted, will be attached to the resolution as Exhibit A. That wasn't put together in the packet that way, but that's how it will be submitted to the Elections Office if approved. So a little bit of background just to set a context. What is a transient occupancy tax? We refer to it as TOT. It is paid by hotel and lodging guests, and in our county's case, only in the unincorporated areas. And this does include short-term rentals. A little bit about the history. Our current rate of 12% was approved by the voters in 2016. That was an increase of 2% from 10 to 12. And then that 10% rate persisted for a couple decades, from 1990 to 2016. And we first established the TOT in 1978 at 8%. So you can see here, wanted to give, we presented this before, but wanted to give a comparison to the other jurisdictions in our county, as well as the cities of Carpinteria, Buellton, and Solvang's intention to also place a TOT increase on the November ballot. Buellton and Solvang are proposing a 14% rate, similar to the counties, going from 12 to 14. And then Carpinteria is proposing to go from 12 to 15%. Okay, moving on to the results from a survey that was conducted at the end of June. It was done by the public opinion research firm Fairbank, Maslin, Mullen, Metz and Associates, or FM3. They also conducted a survey for us last fall in November. This was a dual mode survey, meaning that it was done over telephone and online. It was a county-wide sample because we do, this measure does require that all voters in the county vote on the measure. It was done in Spanish and English, and we have a plus or minus 4% confidence, plus or minus 4% at the 95% confidence level, based on the number of surveys that were conducted at 653. So consistent with the survey that was conducted in November, most voters, meaning 60% in this case, believe that the county does have a significant need for additional funding. You can see there the numbers are almost identical for great and some need, equaling 60%. I think the great need went down just slightly in June, but is still hovering in the mid-20s, and some need at 34%. And so this is really the mood of the voters. We wanted to assess whether they felt like the county really did need some additional funding. And then we tested example ballot language wording. So, and I'll get to the ballot language in just a couple slides. But we actually read a 75-word statement, and you'll see something very similar in the resolution to the voters to see if they would vote yes or probably yes or definitely yes or lean yes are the variations that they're given, as well as on the no end. And you can see that 59% of the voters, based on that language, said either leaned yes or said definitely yes, with definitely yes being at 34%. Overall support for the county TOT measure also increased just slightly when we read some of the education statements and priorities about the types of things that our general fund and the TOT tax could fund. And so we got to 61% with between the definitely and lean yes, with 38% saying definitely yes. So that was a change from what we saw in the fall with the sales tax poll. So we feel like we have a really good support there, 61. And this slide is the actual proposed ballot language that we've included in the resolution for your consideration today. This is very similar to the language that was read in the survey. Things changed just slightly based on priorities that we heard from the voters, and includes language that all the funds will be locally controlled. We are required to include how much money approximately the measure will generate, and we are ensuring that it's clear that this is paid only by hotel and short-term rental guests, as well as only in the unincorporated areas. I did want to draw your attention to a couple things. We are proposing to change a couple punctuation marks in this, none of the words, but we wanted to remove the comma after maintaining 911 so that it would read maintaining 911 emergency communications. change the comma after communications to a semicolon, since that is one phrase on its own. And then, in addition, after addressing homelessness, change that comma to a semicolon, since that is a phrase on its own. So I'm proposing to make those changes in the resolution for your consideration today. So remove the comma after 911, change the communications comma to a semicolon, and after homelessness from a comma to a semicolon. So in conclusion, just wanted to bring a couple of things to light. We already spoke about the 60% of residents agree that the county needs additional funding. That same level of support is demonstrated for a proposed measure to raise the county's transient occupancy tax after being presented with that 75-word ballot measure language. We also asked city residents whether support for a county tax is affected by the city's tax, because as I noted, 3 cities are proposing an increase to their TOT, as well as the city of Santa Barbara is proposing an increase to their sales tax. And that didn't seem to affect support on either side for the city's ballot measure or for the county. The priorities, as I stated, those are listed, many of them are listed in our ballot language, and our voters are definitely looking for, are interested in money that's being raised locally to be spent locally. So in sum, these findings suggest that this measure is viable for the November 2024 election, as a majority of the voters regard it to be a good way to provide funding as needed, as they believe is needed. So for next steps, today, if you approve the ordinance and resolution, that will go on to the elections office to be placed on the ballot. And then we have a period of time for submitting direct arguments. You took action on June 18th to designate some board members to work on that. August 12th is the election deadline. County Council will be providing an impartial analysis for the measure. And then on August 15th is another deadline. The resolution also asks the auditor controller to do a fiscal impact statement. Finally, so the recommended actions, as I stated before, are to adopt the ordinance, adopt the resolution with that ballot language, and then, of course, the CEQA findings. And that is all for the presentation. I do have Rick Sklars from FM3 is on Zoom. So if board members have more specific questions about the survey, the methodology, and some of the findings, he is available for that as well. Thank you.
Okay. Questions? Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I think this is a good report. I am puzzled about, that we have to have everybody vote throughout the county, even though this only goes in effect in unincorporated county, and how that was explained to the voters. I mean, do people get that? Especially, again, as you mentioned, in the cities where there are also Buellton, Solvang, and Carpinteria, where they're also putting forward a TOT measure. I wonder if somebody could elaborate on that.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. Yeah, we did actually ask a specific question about whether people understood that their city would also be requesting or putting a ballot measure on to increase the TOT in the city. We also asked the question whether the respondent understood that they lived in where they lived, if they lived in the unincorporated county or not. And our consultant was actually very impressed with the number of people that understood that they lived in the unincorporated county.
Okay.
And so our voters are clear about where they live. It appears from our poll and survey, and so I think we feel confident about those results.
And did you learn anything in the polling that will guide us in our education about this measure?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, that's part of the reason why we do the polling too, right? Is to understand how voters are feeling, what their priorities are. And so we certainly did, and we are working on some of that information and compiling it so that we will be able to properly educate the public about this increase and the type of how much funding it will generate and where that funding could go.
Does the language we have pretty much parallel the language in the three cities? I only ask because I used to, in my day, we had to diagram sentences. I'm utterly defeated by this. But it was a really good exercise. I mean, so there's a noun, a verb, and then what follows. And here, so it's just. So I understand there's a lot of legalities, and we've got only a few words, 75 words we can get in, but boy, it's an awkward sentence to understand what you're really asking the voters. So our education, I think, can simplify it.
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. And that is the reason that we do use sample ballot language when we're polling to get a sense of, do people understand what we're asking and what we're trying to achieve. It is an art. We did labor over almost every word. We worked really closely with County Council and our consultant to put this language together. To answer your question about whether it's similar to the cities, the city of Santa Barbara and the city of Solvang have a similar structure. The city of Buellton's is a little more. It's more straightforward in terms of like just which ordinance they're amending and what it's for. It doesn't include any of the funding priorities. But for the most part, across the state, this is the type of language that we're seeing in ballot measures.
And then you and I discussed this, but if it could be left justified, I think at least when I submit stuff to elections, they just take the file and put it up. So I think it reads a lot better in our board letter than it does with those big spaces. For some reason, that puts me off a bit. So
Thank you for that. In the resolution, I checked, it is left justified, and so we'll ensure that.
Perfect. Thank you. Little things, but it matters.
Thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Oderman, for this very clear presentation and to the work of the consultants. I do like to wordsmith, and that's why I hear you, Supervisor Hartman, with your questions. But I do believe there is a science to this, and so I had some questions about the 75 words and why the parentheses and et cetera, and those were satisfied because there is, there is some proven results. And in fact, I think one of the consultants that's worked on this, is working with us on this, has a 90% success rate on getting these things passed. So the language really matters, and I'm glad that we have experts who have guided this process. I'm in full support.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. I guess my question, I've got a few questions, but one for the CO's office. The additional revenue that's going to be created potentially by the passage of this ordinance, would that be subject to the 18% policy that we have on our deferred maintenance? Because I'm just, we're being very careful with our words here, saying, such as these uses, and many of our general fund dollars are all fungible, right? We can move them from one thing to another, and so we, can move money that we currently spend on gang prevention and 911 services and potholes and fund it with these dollars, and then take those dollars and move them over to maybe potential, raises for employees. And so I know we're trying to wordsmith this to get the public support, but I want to get some assurances for the public that, if they do move forward with this isn't just manipulation, but this is actually funding some of these things that we're outlining here. So could you speak a little bit to the, budget team and the county's, efforts to actually deliver some of these things that are on?
Yeah, Supervisor, through the chair. So that's a good question. Because your policy right now on the deferred maintenance funding says that if there's any unallocated general revenue, which this would be after board policy items, which include the Northern Branch Jail, funding, salaries and benefit requirements, pension requirements, any of the debt obligations, any of the board policy items that we have to fund, any unallocated revenue after that gets distributed such that 18% goes to maintenance. And so the question you have is whether the county's revenue sources are enough to cover our requirements, and if this is additional amount after that. So if we have enough revenue to cover our requirements per board policy, then yes, the 18% would be taken from this amount. So that's the question. So that's why I can't answer absolutely yes or no, because it's going to depend each year on depending on what our budget says.
So I think it just goes to my overall concern that, you know, we wordsmith this thing to get the voters to move forward with it. You know, I sometimes wonder if we made it more mundane of what actually a lot of our county work is, if anybody would approve, you know, an increase there, which, you know, is, you could look at it both ways, as one of them being a positive versus the other. You know, obviously we want to sell some of the more sexy things that we do in county government that people really want, and maybe we undersell some of the necessary dirty things that we have to get done to keep an organization this large going. And, you know, $3 million is, you know, a lot of money out there in the public. I don't, you know, I kind of reject the idea that this is just kind of found money. I think that, you know, the elasticity here on this type of stuff, you know, can impact what people eventually spend or whether they choose to come to these areas. And I know 2% seems like a little bit, but, you know, we're kind of making a bet that, you know, that it's going to produce more revenue, and I'm not sure about that. And that's why my preference always, when we're looking at these things, is first, have we done everything we can to grow the pie before we took a bigger slice? And I think there's still a lot more that we can be doing in this county. I do think we're making efforts to those ends, but I think that there's still a lot more that we could be doing, whether it's with, you know, improving projects and planning, streamlining the process, and then also just growing our own, you know, revenue that we can get through our Parks Department. I know that Supervisor Hartman's been working hard on some of that, and I think we all are in favor of trying to create more revenue opportunities out there, of really growing the pie instead of just taking a bigger slice, especially at a time when, you know, we know that the cost of services are going up in other places. Some of our hotels run on very thin margins, and that 2% makes a difference on whether they get, you know, potentially, you know, conferences and other issues that come into our community, which has other multiplier effects. So, you know, I'm at this point still not supportive and of this, but I will, like I said, I've been saying, I'll be watching from the cheap seats and seeing how the voters move forward.
Okay. CEO Miyasato.
Thank you, Supervisors. I do just want to note that with the things that Brittany read that's in the ballot language, a lot of these things are, you do it at your board's discretion. There's no requirement right now. So you spend general fund to maintain services, to repair deteriorating bridges. We have huge bridge loans from general fund to roads for those. One-time monies all the time for transportation infrastructure, addressing homelessness, et cetera. So I just want to point out, even though I talked about the board has certain policies of things that are required, a lot of these things in here, you're completely at your discretion that you fund now. And part of this measure was to get additional discretionary money to continue those things that you do.
Madam Clerk, any requests to speak from the public?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we have no request to speak for this item.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I move A and B in the staff report today.
And I second.
Along with C, that it's not part of CEQA? Yes.
And also with the grammatical changes, yes, okay.
Okay, I've got a different thing.
I'm on the wrong.
Oh, okay.
So you're right.
So let's just
A through C.
A through C. Yep. Okay, A through C. Brittany?
I think CEO Miyasato pointed out, can the maker of the motion include those revisions as well? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so was the maker of the motion, you're going to include the revisions?
Indeed.
Indeed. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Capps. Let's do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Supervisor Williams?
Aye.
Supervisor Capps?
Aye.
And Chair Lavanino?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay. That takes us to a departmental item number 3. Madam Clerk, can you please read that into the record?
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the is from the Fire Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Santa Barbara County Fire Safe Council and Santa Barbara County Fire Department fuel reduction and wildlife prevention activities.
Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisor Lavanino.
How are you?
And Supervisors. We're doing well today. I think this is a timely topic considering what's happening in the county at this point. I'll start with saying that Supervisor Hartman had requested this agenda item, and really to highlight what the Fire Safe Council, the local Fire Safe Council, has been doing through the county in partnership with Santa Barbara County Fire. I am going to steal a little bit of time. I promise to take about 15 minutes of this presentation to address. In 2019, retired now former Fire Marshal Rob Hazard made a lengthy presentation at the request of the board at the time in regard to the fire problem that we had in the county. It was pretty significant and throughout the state. And we were directed to come back with a plan. And I apologize because it's 5 years later and now we're going to discuss what we've been doing, right? So I'll make some introductions. I'm the newest Fire Marshal, Fred Tan. I've got sitting next to me, the Executive Director for the Fire Safe Council, Anne Marie Parkinson. And it's a little thin on the fire department side today because we have a couple things going on. But I've got Captain Dustin McKibben. He is he's what we call sign VMP 30, the pre-fire engineer, and he almost directly works for CAL FIRE as a conduit to make sure all our projects are accounted for and allocated, and have environmental documents properly filed. We have a lot of other people out there working, but we'll talk through that through this presentation. I'm going to take some slides from Chief Hazard's 2019 presentation as we go through. Just as a broad brush, so we have what's called responsibility areas in this county. The green is federal responsibility area. The gray is local responsibility area. A lot of the cities, unincorporated county, Goleta, Lompoc, Solvang. And the yellow is state lands, which Santa Barbara County Fire is contracted by CAL FIRE to protect. A lot of our fuel reduction efforts that we engage in as a fire department is within the yellow area, the state responsibility area. And because we have jurisdiction and we conduct most of our own CEQA documentation to make sure that we're in compliance. We do partner with a lot of our local partners, including the Fire Safe Council, Montecito, Santa Barbara, Carpinteria. They all have a lot of fuel reduction efforts in their areas. And we also support, when we can, the Forest Service. We have about just under 800,000 acres of SRA lands that we protect and conduct fire prevention efforts on. And there's just over, I believe, 850,000 acres of Forest Service lands. The lake fire started in FRA, what you call it, and spread into the SRA, state responsibility area, and is mostly in SRA at this point. Just as a reminder, this is the front country. But these are the issues that we face in Santa Barbara County: topographical extremes, weather extremes, the fuel challenge that presents to us because we largely live in a non-built built environment. If you go to Orange County and San Diego County, you know, have a lot of infill, a lot of freeways, you know, I think that's why a lot of people live here, because it's not a completely built environment. And we have a lot of natural beauty and a lot of natural forest that we want to protect and live with. This is from 2018, and that's with intent. We do have new maps with more fires, but this was the map that Chief Hazard had in his presentation. And you can tell even at that point, this county has always had a history of littered with wildland fire. And since 2018, and even before that, we really have made a concerted effort to take steps to live with wildfire. In 2019, we had the Alisal fire. In 2020, statewide, 5 of the 6 largest fires burned that year. And I believe the Thomas fire is in on this as well. But some of the fires that the Alisal, obviously the Lake fire is not on this on this graphic. We bring this this graphic up. As you can tell, these are one of the things that Dustin is in charge of for the county as a contract county is the unit fire plan. And we're under contract with CAL FIRE to keep our fires, 95% of our fires under 10 acres or less. As a result, we take a data-driven approach. And as you can see here, most of our fires occur along a lot of roadways and highways. And so most of our unit fire plan is focused towards mitigating a lot of fuel reduction efforts just prior to fire season in a lot of roads, Refugio Road, Paradise Stagecoach, Painted Cave Road. And as I say that, I know Chris Sneddon is in the back here. County Roads is a partner in that as well, and they've been working on a lot of those roads. We've been in communication this spring. I'm sure you got the supervisors have been getting contacted by your constituents as well. I'll say County Fire is a bit behind on our road maintenance, and a lot of that's because there's been significant fire activity throughout the state, which is quite a bit more than there was last year, and quite a bit more in county than there was last year. But County Roads, I can speak to their efforts. They have been working diligently. They've been a good partner with County Fire, and we're in constant communication, as well as the Fire Safe Council, who's been active with a lot of their projects. And when it comes to that portion of the presentation, I'll let Anne Marie speak to that. Another slide, a couple slides from Chief Hazard's presentation, but as we know, this is more of a visual of the fire problems that we are addressing. A lot of photos from the Zaka fire, Gap fire, T fire, Hazazita fire, a lot of the fires that happened within the county. So the goals and objectives that we have when it comes to fuel reduction efforts in the county align a lot with the governor's task force. The governor created a task force as these large fires were burning. It's the Wildfire and Resiliency Task Force. I'll mention his name again because Chief Hazard was not only a great mentor, but probably one of the only people that knows every inch of this county and the threat that fire can present to it. And he served on this task force as a presenter, as a contributor. So the governor's task force came up with a lot of action plans. An action plan they drafted in January of 2021. As a result of that, the state was charged with reducing fuels by 2025, 500,000 acres of fuel annually by 2025. The Forest Service was also charged with reducing 500,000 acres of fuel by 2025 per year, with a goal of 100,000 acres of prescribed fire. And those would be shared all of that acreage would be shared through a lot of county agencies, including CAL FIRE, all the contract counties, the CAL FIRE units, state parks, Caltrans, and then on the side of the federal government, a lot of their efforts on their side. We take a lot of our goals and objectives. Number one is to ensure safe separation distance for firefighters, because if we can get that, we can ensure safe separation distance for firefighters that they can make access into a firefight and have a safe area between themselves and a home or resources at risk. We can engage and mitigate a lot of the risk to homes and ensure that they come home at the end of the fire. A lot of the things that we're doing right now through grant funding is maintaining and creating community defensible space. We'll discuss that in some later slides. I'm going to skip over a couple of things. It also part of our objectives is to maintain the priority fire plan projects that we have in our unit fire plan, because there are a lot of roads and with a lot of focus on new prescribed fire projects. We also endeavor, and this is part of the task force's report, is to complete and ensure that that residents are compliant with defensible space. The Fire Safe Council also has a program which takes that a little bit further, but our defensible space efforts have proven, and fuel reduction efforts have proven to be successful. As you heard from Chief Stornetta today, we've so far not lost any homes. In the San Ynez Valley, we have a really good history of compliance in those communities. And at this time, we have a lot of out-of-county fire engines sitting in front of homes in the San Ynez Valley, Happy Canyon, in those communities to be able to defend a home and make sure that if fire starts making their way through light fuels, that we're going to be able to make a good firefight to save homes. And a lot of these things that we're doing, and Anne Marie and we'll touch on it as well, as a lot of these things that we're able to do right now is through the CAL FIRE Fire Prevention Fund, the grant program that they have through the California Climate Investments Partnership. We've been able to maintain and start a lot of new projects because of this funding from CAL FIRE. This metric just kind of shows our part. There's 6 total contract counties. Not trying to throw anyone under the bus. I just want to show, like, with the amount of resources that we have, which across the county is fairly thin. This is the amount of acres in the state that we protect. So Santa Barbara County, we have roughly 800,000 acres of SRA. There's another 140,000 acres of LRA that we'll engage in efforts with. But the amount of fuels crews and the workforce that we have, this is kind of an inordinate ratio. Only Kern County, they've got close to 2 million acres of SRA and a much smaller staff that struggles a little bit more. Acres treated, but even with that, one of the, I'm kind of proud to say that CAL FIRE kind of considers us one of their star pupils. Even with that, you could see our efforts with regards to fuel reduction in the county and prescribed fire in the county. We've been a leader. They consider us a leader. That hasn't always been the case. When I used to do Captain McKibben's job, we were, because of the politics, because of the seats at the table that some of the other larger counties had, we weren't generally regarded as being a strong player. But with our efforts and with our planning and some of the expertise that we have right now in the county, And in the fire department, we were able to conduct a lot of fuel reduction and as far as, and with also the grant funding that we've been able to get. And this is one of the metrics that the task force did identify, concentrating on defensible space efforts, home hardening. I think that's been successful. We're still in the early stages of the home hardening efforts as far as any funding that's going to come from the state and grant funding, but we have had a concerted effort within this county through the fire department to go out and ensure that homes are compliant. We have some partnerships with Montecito because they have some SRA lands that in their jurisdiction that they'll go and do inspections on, and also Carp Summerlin. But because of that, that's the number of inspections that we do annually with a pretty small staff. Some of our challenges in this county is through some of those personnel and resource ratios. We have a lot of SRA, we have a lot of FRA, state lands and federal lands, so that creates a lot of hazardous areas where fires can start. And if those abut next to communities, then we have a lot of risk that could result from that. But that's why we have targeted and strategic fuel reduction projects out in the county so we can mitigate ignitions and hopefully reduce the size of fires. Funding is an issue, and funding is an issue with almost every government agency. Funding is an issue, and that's why the grant funding has been so important to the fire department and also to the Fire Safe Council. We talked a little bit about staffing versus the acres protected. Other challenges include succession planning and experience. Once you let the genie out of the bottle for prescribed fire, it's really hard to put that bottle, that fire back in the bottle. We just have a revolving door. So does the Forest Service. So does every fire agency. Having that type of expertise to be able to have successful prescribed fires, and I think right now we are close to, if not close to at the top of our game in regards to that. Not to say that we haven't had some missteps, but when we engage in a prescribed fire project, we do that with the best management practices. We collaborate with APCD. We collaborate with NOAA, the National Weather Service, to make sure that we have the weather in our favor. But weather is something that we can't always control. But I would say that almost all of the days that we've burned in Santa Barbara County has been successful, with the exception of one. But we didn't have any injuries that day. We didn't really have, we did protect commercial interests as well as residential interest, and that project is actually adjacent to the lake fire at this point. Getting data is still something that we struggle with, but we're working on. That's a struggle with all the county. But using a data-driven and balanced approach with all the stakeholders, including commercial, residential, all the other governmental agencies, including CAL FIRE and the Forest Service, those are some challenges. There's a lot of challenges we can mitigate through a lot of the partnerships that we've created. One of the big things that is in our favor is CAL FIRE is now really on our side. The next slide will show some of the grants that we've been able to get through County Fire. In 2019, we were awarded the Lompoc Valley Fuel Reduction Grant. It's 2.2 million acres. That included 18 miles of roadside fuel reduction and maintenance, 15 miles of a fuel break in the Prisma Valley, and we have some photos of that. After that grant, a couple years after that grant, we were able to successfully get the Tepisque VMP grant. In that grant, we are doing a lot of community defensible space, and we also have about 3,000 acres of prescribed fire that we're targeting for the end of the year. CAL FIRE, through some good budget years, was also able to award all its units in contract counties with direct award funds. We were able to use that to bolster our prescribed fire program and use that to fund a little bit of new equipment, but mostly staffing, so that we made sure that we had staffing in the stations as we conducted sometimes week-long prescribed fire projects. And then we also have the Lompoc Valley Phase 2 grant that we have a submittal for. That project is going to, after about 5 years, a lot of the projects that we have will regrow and become just an initial project. So the Lompoc Valley Phase 2 project seeks to maintain what we did in Lompoc Valley and then do some additional work on some of the roadsides, in Miguelito Canyon Road being one of the focuses. Just some descriptions of what we're doing here. So this was the first large grant project, second large grant project. We did have a $360,000 grant project in Mission Canyon, where we did some roadside fuel reduction, some targeted fuel treatments up above Mission Canyon. We had difficulty during the Hayes Zeta fire making access to it, but some of the work that we've done to reduce fuels above Mission Canyon, Southern California Edison is going to be improving some roads there, hopefully for us on their end of the world. But that will, all that will improve access, improve firefighter safety, and at some point, fires are going to start. It will start again back in the forest, and that's kind of true today. Right? But the Lompoc Valley Fuel Reduction Project, we've treated 434 acres since inception, and that's where the fuels crew. Through this project, we were able to start our fuels crew program. My new deputy fire marshal, Vince Rocco, I decided to duck out on a medical injury after we got this grant, but he and some other extra help, expertise that we brought on, were able to start a fuels crew. It's been highly successful. They work 48 weeks out of the year to reduce fuel in the Lompoc Valley, and also in the Tepesque project. There's just some examples of what they've done. On the Prisma Ridge, some supervisors have been up there to view this, but in the Prisma Ridge, this 15-mile area that the fuels crew engaged in with some contractors, you had a lot of native bishop pines that were only about 2 inches in diameter, and you couldn't see off either side of the ridgeline. If we had had a fire here, it would have been continuous fuel bed with a lot of dead material down below. Really would have been difficult for firefighters to send firefighters in there with low visibility, not knowing if they had an entry point. After today, there is some regrowth in that area, but after the treatment, it's much more of a natural, healthy forest environment. This is what most of that 18-mile or 15-mile fuel break looks like. The pines have more room, more sunlight to grow, aren't competing for water. So that's another one of the goals of the plan, was to have healthier forests as a result of our actions. And then we also have a lot of right-of-way clearances that we conducted. As I said, somewhere around 85% of our ignitions in this county start along a roadside, so that right-of-way treatments are a major portion of most strategic fire plans throughout the state. But this is this is Harris Grade Road, and this is a before and after shot. This is the Tepesque VMP. This is a $6.7 million grant that we had obtained from CAL FIRE. So far, we've done about 717 acres of targeted fuel reduction in that area, mostly a lot of roadside and community defensible space. That in conjunction with the successful fuel reduction the homeowners are doing. The last time I looked, there was 42 homeowners out of 45 were compliant with defensible space requirements. And Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, this addresses some of your question about, hey, how is Tepiscay going to be impacted? If you look at some of the things that, well, I thought I had some pictures of Tepiscay, but apparently I don't. I apologize. The road looks much, much better. We are getting so many kudos as an agency from the work that the fuels crew is doing out there to improve the access, to improve the community defensible space, where now we can be comfortable sending fire, out of county and in county firefighters to those, in case the fire does get out that way, to be able to do good work, defend properties, and then hopefully engage fires directly. One of the projects, this Spalding Midland VMP project, is in the heart of the San Ynez Valley, out on Figueroa Mountain Road. We conducted most of this through the Direct Award Fund. We had to cut it up into very small pieces to make it manageable, so that we could burn, start a burn, maybe 200 acres to 400 acres, and then be able to stop the project so that we didn't impact into the inversion layer. Right now the lake fire kind of borders it to the north and the west. And just to the right side of it, we do have an approved prescribed fire project. It's about 1,800 acres in the Sedgwick Preserve. So we were also going to attempt to engage with that this year. TREX, which is a prescribed fire training exchange by ordinance, all counties and state agencies are supposed to engage TREX to increase the bandwidth and the learning and the experience for prescribed fire. So we have a lot of practitioners from out of the state, within the state, tribal members that come to participate in this in the TREX program, where they're scheduled. They had a really successful burn last year in the Sedgwick Preserve, and they're coming out again this November to build upon that. We generally assist with that to engage with, again, tribal membership and to make sure that we're getting that experience out there in regards to prescribed fire. For about 5 to 10 years, there was a prescribed fire ban. And as I speak to the experience of putting fire on the ground, we were one of the first ones coming out of that prescribed fire ban to be able to put fire on the ground, and we did that on the Bar M Ranch. It's really hard because you have to get, in periods where there's a lot of fire in the county, everyone's really nervous. All the stakeholders are very nervous. Can we hold it? Are we going to get away? Again, Vince Sirocco is my deputy fire marshal. We were counterparts at the time, created a really good plan for the Bar M project, chopped it up so that we could manage it, and then it was a really successful burn. And I think that was a good staging point for our future projects and burns, and also for the state to start burning as well, because a lot of our partners throughout the state started calling us and asking us, how did you guys do it? What did you guys put into that project? What kind of paperwork did you do? So we're still assisting other counties, and at some point we might need them to help us as well. In the front country, a lot of targeted fuel reduction work. So we've had we are waiting to start a project in Goleta. They obtained a CAL FIRE grant as well, and we have through just our funding, this is just an example of one of our fire plan projects. So San Antonio Creek, there's just a lot of fuel reduction efforts, and we maintain it around Tucker's Grove, just a lot of areas in there. And then we also go help in Mission Canyon, and so does the Fire Safe Council. But there's projects, really targeted strategic projects throughout the front country. This is a project, Fire Safe Council project, South Coast Herbivory, and I'll let Anne-Marie talk a little bit about that, but so far they've got 443 acres of that project completed. And the Fire Safe Council has taken, as a good partner, has taken some some of our responsibilities away. So through a grant, they started a chipping program, and they engaged the communities, Mission Canyon being one of them, Montecito, Carp Summerlin, a lot of the impacted communities, and they'll schedule chipping days. It used to be that the fire crew, we'd have to send the fire crew in to go and do chipping days, and it really wasn't very efficient use of the fire crew, but this has allowed the fire crew to go out and either maintain a lot of our fire plan projects or go to fires. But this is a really efficient and good partnership that we have with the Fire Safe Council. And with that, I'll turn it over to Anne Marie.
Thank you, Fred. Like Fred said, my name is Anne Marie Parkinson. I am the Executive Director of the Santa Barbara County Fire Safe Council. I was actually hired as their first staff member back in 2021 as a project manager, but I've been the Executive Director for a little over a year now. Thankful that Fred let me tag on to his time today to use this opportunity to share about the Fire Safe Council. I recognize that not many people know who we are, so to share about our programs, our services, how we're working to be a leader for coordinated wildfire mitigation efforts in the county, and also be a role model for the Fire Safe Councils across the states. So I'm going to go into a bit of background about the Fire Safe Council. We are a 501c3 established over 25 years ago, back in 1997, with the same mission that we have today, which is to promote wildfire safety through education and action. Fire councils in general are established to help provide a connection between the communities who have fire risk and agencies who have the resources to help mitigate those risks. We are also the only fire council in the county, which has its advantages and disadvantages, but a huge advantage being we don't have to fight for the same limited funds to provide the same programs, hire staff to do the same services, to support the same operational needs, and so it allows us to be more efficient in providing programs across the county and not duplicating efforts. For the first 25 years, we were run by an all-volunteer board, and there's not great history on the grants and programs the Fire Council had before, but we know of at least 3 notable grants that provided about $300,000 of funds to support 3 projects. And now, in just a little under 3 short years, we actually have, as of 2 weeks ago, have 7 full-time staff members and 3 summer interns. We manage 10 grants, so that bring in $10.3 million in funds from 2021 through 2029. And these grants help support 11 programs and have or will support 7 projects. Oops, I don't know how to go back. Cool. Just so, as you can see, we've grown quite significantly in just 3 years. Went from 0 to 100. Part of which is in thanks to Supervisor Hartman, who a couple years ago attended the board of directors meetings back when the board wasn't super active, and thankfully she saw the potential of the organization and helped push the board to become one that was more proactive, one that was willing to accept the risk associated with taking on grants and hiring staff, and that's allowed us to take advantage of all these funds that have been coming down through the state the past couple years. They've released a lot of funds recently. And so nonprofits inherently are a little more nimble and flexible, so we took advantage of this opportunity with our more proactive board and have helped fill in gaps across the county in terms of providing services and promoting education. And so I want to talk about some of our programs just so you all are aware of what we do and how we can fit in the county and providing services and maybe potential partners that we haven't connected with yet. So we have 3 landscape-based grants. One is a $2.1 million chipping grant to encourage residents to create defensible space by removing their cut vegetation for free, and also provide some tag and trim work along roadways. This is for South County right now that services 35 communities from Hollis Ranch to Montecito. To date, we've removed 1,500 tons of vegetation, and we just applied for a CAL FIRE grant earlier this year to provide chipping for 1 year in North County for Sabata Canyon, Hanada Springs, some areas in the Santa Ynez Valley, but always looking to continuously finding funding for this program. It is very important to the communities. They participate very actively, so want to keep that going for them. Also have a $1.9 million grazing grant, where, as Fred has mentioned, we've grazed over 450 acres so far, and also with the grant we just submitted to CAL FIRE, looking to expand this 350 acres of grazing into North County next year. Our last landscape-based grant is to provide community-level defensible space, or defensible space for low-income residents who would face no significant financial burden to pay a landscaper to come in and do the work for them. This is a one-time grant, unfortunately, from CAL FIRE, but continuously looking for funding to keep this going. It is really important, but also really hard to find funding from grants that support work on private property, but important because of low-income residents who can't do their defensible space. Because fire is a shared risk, it does put the entire community at risk, and so we can help with community-level risk reduction by helping these residents. And this is a county-wide grant. And we think we got some funds from SC&E to keep this going in the next couple of years, but not to the extent that this first grant provides. And because it is an SC grant for the future, we can only do work in SC&E territory, which is primarily South County. We have one built environment program that helps do low-cost retrofits, such as vent upgrades, sealing in small gaps and cracks for low-income residents. State funds so far do not support home hardening efforts, and so very thankful SC&E is getting more into philanthropy, and they're helping support these efforts, again, only for South County residents. This has to be an SC&E territory. We have 5 community engagement and education programs. I'd say the one I'm most proud of is our focus group program, where we have been hosting small discussion sessions with disadvantaged communities so they can understand the impacts that they have during wildfires and understand the barriers they're facing when trying to prepare for wildfires. I'd say this is one of our most valuable ones, just getting to know these communities. So far, the fire risk really is more so in the mountains. Disadvantaged communities tend to live more in the valleys. So it's been fantastic to connect with them, understand their risks and their needs, so we can work with them on how to become more fire safe. And we recognize that they're wary of outsiders, and that's what we are to them. And so we really went into hosting these focus groups with the intention of using it as an opportunity to build long-term trust. Instead of a lot of groups use focus groups as an opportunity to just get information, and then the people never tend to hear back from them. And so we provided gift cards to all the participants. We have a native Spanish-speaking staff member who called every single participant after the focus group to thank them for their time, ask if they had anything else they wanted to share. And he's been working with all the locations where we've hosted the focus groups to do follow-up workshops. So we continue to be a face within the community. And as we build up our resources and our education that we can provide, we can then go back and provide the resources that they have specifically asked for. And so it's been a very successful program. We've done 14 so far right now in South County. We just got funds to do more, which we'll expand to North County. We've completed an analysis of the focus groups with a social scientist and have organized a meeting with several key agency representatives to share with them what local residents are saying and talk about how can we work with them and with each other to help overcome these barriers that they've expressed that they are facing. We have just got a $1.5 million grant to create and teach more comprehensive wildfire education. So often wildfire education focuses on home hardening and defensible space for homeowners, but homeowners are not the only ones impacted by wildfire, and the loss of a house is not the only way people are negatively impacted by wildfire. And so we wanted to create a more comprehensive education for wider audiences, such as curriculum for landscape architects and landscapers on defensible space, so they can have more informed conversations with their clients who can make more informed decisions about how to make their properties more fire safe. We'll also use these funds to hire more staff to go out and teach. Currently, one staff member with a lot of other responsibilities who does our local teaching. So just hiring more staff to go out and teach means we reach more people. We also organize large community events that are all open to the public. Our most recent one was really successful down at SBCC, where we talked about wildfire evacuation and survival. Basically went over some basic fire ecology, so people can then use that information to understand how to apply that if they ever get trapped potentially get trapped during evacuation, so to help them make those potentially life and death decisions. And so we got a commitment from the fire agencies, from the fire chiefs, to work with their PIOs to help plan these events in the future, and looking forward to doing at least one each year, alternating between North and South County and in different jurisdictions, to use that as an opportunity to reach more people that Fire Council or the fire agencies or OEM haven't reached before, and get them involved in being more fire safe. We also conduct free home evaluations for residents in support of county fire. We help out with this because they have many homes to inspect. So far, we've done 200 of these. These take my staff maybe an hour and a half, and that's how much time we spend with the homeowner, about 45 minutes just walking around the house, getting on our hands and knees, inspecting the home. And it really encourages people to work on making their home more fire safe because they don't know if something is a risk, they don't know how to fix it. And our last community-based program is using the National Firewise USA framework. I'd say it's also my favorite program, and I think it's also our most important one that we offer by far. Firewise essentially provides a framework for communities to get organized, to identify the wildfire risk, and to work together to mitigate that risk over time. And I say it's the most important because Firewise results in the creation of a network of more engaged and connected residents, so we can work towards a community-scale wildfire risk reduction. So not just helping individual homeowners scattered out across the landscape, but working with entire communities. And I'd say as a result of Firewise, all of the programs I mentioned before have been really successful because of that program. Those communities utilize more of our programs than non-Firewise communities. For our chipping, for example, we see a lot more engagement and tonnage being removed in these communities. They also ask for a lot more home evaluations. We get a lot of people from Firewise communities attending our events because we have this large connected network of residents. And they work on increasing the engagement of their neighbors over time. And it's been really inspiring to see this work that these people are putting into being more fire safe at a community scale, because again, fire is a community scale risk. And fire agencies can't guarantee to save all homes, can't guarantee to get everyone out, and the community needs to do their part and being part of the solution to be more fire safe. And this is a way that they do that, and we can provide more resources and connections to them. And so before the Fire Council got started, there were 0 Firewise communities in the county. Now there are 16, 2 of which are in North County. Within these communities, it includes about 3,700 people, 1,600 homes, and almost 20,000 acres. So that was it for our more external programs. We do have 2 internal ones. One is a county coordinator program. This was thought of by the State Fire Council and funded by the state legislator. It was started because so much money is coming down to support wildfire mitigation efforts, but they recognize there is really a lack in collaboration and coordination in counties to be efficient and not duplicate efforts. And so they created this fund for the county coordinator that goes to one organization in each county to essentially know who's doing what, when, and where, and what are the barriers these groups are facing in providing their services. So last year, Rob Hazard submitted for the Board of Supervisors to have the Fire Council be that central coordinating agency, which you all approved. And so in that time, we've been doing just that, meeting with agencies, organizations across the county to learn what they're doing, barriers they're facing, and how they can better work with us or with each other to be more collaborative. Look at my slides. I'd say our last program is the Regional Wildfire Mitigation Program, another internal one. How does I put my slides back to back? So let's talk about this one. So this one essentially provides a collaborative and holistic approach to wildfire resilience through built environment, landscape, and community programming. It is a novel program thought of by Max Moritz, who is a state fire specialist with UC A&R, and Rob Hazard after the Thomas Fire, recognizing the current approach to wildfire mitigation planning, which are primarily CWPPs, just aren't sufficient. A lot of efforts focus on just landscape treatments, education focused on home hardening, the mental space for homeowners. But if the goal is wildfire resilience, those approaches just aren't enough. And so they developed this program that is meant to be more holistic and all-encompassing, looking at risks in the built environment and the landscape and the community because they are all interconnected. And then it also prioritizes looking at communities that are not just in the wild and urban interface, but all communities across the county, which is why we've been doing focus groups with disadvantaged communities in the low-lying, non-fire risk areas or low fire risk areas. And so we've been using this as a model that other counties can adapt to work internally and with their own unique regions to become more fire safe in a more collaborative approach. And so a big component of this program is it's meant to be a program, not a plan like a CWPP. And so it has this ongoing planning and analysis stage while also doing implementation at the same time. And so we're not stuck in 2+ years of just planning and thinking about how to become more fire safe. We're actively working to be more fire safe while trying to be more strategic and efficient over time. Just a few projects I'll go through quickly. We're soon starting a CWPP in the Lompoc Valley. We've been working on mapping social vulnerability because census tract information is just too coarse to be reliable when trying to look at planning and prioritizing where projects should go. Working with the fire agencies and other organizations on aggregating all of the field treatments and landscape data that has been done across the county. So residents have one central location they can go to understand what work has been done around their community. We have completed a home hardening portal with educational videos that is bilingual. I've also created videos on how to do vent retrofits that is also bilingual, and I've completed a CWPP for the Gaviota Coast, and a wonderful defensive space video featuring Rob Hazard that plays on one of the local stations, so if you ever miss him, you can just go there. I'll skip this slide for sake of time. Future direction, looking to get more involved in North County. Like I said, we went from 0 to 100 very quickly and had to focus on an area that was a little more sustainable for us as we've grown, but now that we have more funds, we're more sustainable, looking to get more involved and provide services across the whole county. Also looking to be a leader in encouraging wildfire resilience efforts, so encouraging collaboration amongst all the agencies and organizations so we can work together on this problem. One way we're looking to do this is through establishing an advisory council where key partners work together, meet frequently, to work on planning, on implementation, on writing grants. This comes from a model that other fire councils and other counties have done, really just to keep in touch so we can all work on fire mitigation projects. And a great goal in the future as we get more established and have a more robust working group is going for large federal grants, be able to do things like infrastructure projects for roads that are hard to get funded through the states. And just some of our challenges, capacity currently, we're probably maxed out with the grants we can manage at this point, but it doesn't mean that work should stop. Funds should stop coming into the county through nonprofits and other groups, so that's kind of where the coordination comes in, identifying groups, what they're working on, what their issues are. We can maybe identify, hey, there's this great grant, we can't take it on, but maybe Botanic Garden, CEC, someone else can take on that opportunity, so we continue to work towards risk mitigation in the county. As we all know, there's a budget deficit with the states, and we're already seeing that through CAL FIRE, who's our largest funder. I believe that's County Fire's largest funder for a lot of their projects. They cut grants this year 40% with not much notice. That cut's probably can continue next year, which overall just means less funds coming into the county to make it more fire resilient. And I'd say an internal challenge for the Fire Council is all of our programs are grant funded. Probably 99% we are grant funded. And so with the state funds reduced, that's less funds for us to be able to continue providing the programs that we have and providing them countywide. So that's just something that we're working on internally. And some of our partners, collaborators, and funders, and just my email up there for everyone. So, sorry, that was a little fast. I wanted to be respectful of everyone's time. It is lunch, and I'm very hungry.
And with that, we're open to questions if there are any.
Open to questions. Supervisor Williams.
Well, I just wanted to thank your work, both of your work in Mission Canyon especially, but all the neighborhoods in the 1st District. As borne out by the number of acres compared to what has happened in other communities and the number of programs compared to what has happened in other communities, you're truly leading the way. One of the questions, though, that comes up from folks that are worried about it is kind of what steps do you all take to make sure that when there is a larger area that is prescribed burn, that the reestablishment is native flora. So what are the kind of the steps to make sure that happens?
typically, the basic tenets of prescribed fire is that when we conduct a project, we can do it with lower intensity fire. We can target, and we can almost dial that in. So if there are there's some oak trees that are in the way, or are in the project, we can reduce intensity to those areas. And in some stands, we can actually increase intensity. On a fire like the lake fire today or this week, you can't do that. So you're going to end up, if you don't have prescribed fire projects, and we design them with that in mind, is to reduce fuel, to improve the ecology, to improve the health of the forest, also to have strategic defensible space for communities. So we can dial that in. If we have the expertise and we're planning appropriately, we can really design a project with all that in mind, and then not impact the community, the commerce, the residents on a 24-hour basis like they're impacting right now up in the San Ynez Valley. And into Santa Barbara, really, as I drove out last night to LA, there was smoke and ash coming down in Santa Barbara. So yeah, that's kind of how we did it.
And the reduction of intensity both has the value of keeping some tree species alive, but also I would imagine with the lower intensity in the chaparral, that especially if you're kind of farther removed from mustard and other stuff, that you're going to be reestablished with native chaparral because it's low intensity burn.
The native chaparral tends to come back much better, when we design projects that way, and it's an important part of the project, So the Thomas Fire, when it came in, we viewed, if you look at some of the fires that were in that area, the Thomas Fire, once it hit the other fire scars, the Hazita fire scar, it started slowing down in the healthier stands of chaparral, So if you look on the north end of the lake right now, there are some portions of the lake fire that are hitting the Zaca fire scar and kind of getting checked up in that area as well. So there is some value to prescribed fire projects.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I'm so glad you took the time and came. This is an extraordinary partnership between the fire agencies, especially Santa Barbara County Fire Department and a nonprofit, the Fire Safe Council. And you can see that in a few years, they went from a few $100,000 budget to $10 million. I've never seen a nonprofit organization do that without flaming out. But under Anne Marie's leadership, and there's so much administrative overhead to doing all this, especially with grants. And so I think it's really been an extraordinary effort. And I can't tell you how important I think it is. It's so important that I elbowed my way onto the board because I believe shared public safety and the communities have to be involved. When we start getting more fires, not just what we're seeing today with the lake fire, but other fires, resources are going to be thin. And the areas that are going to be saved are where communities have done the work ahead of time. They've done their defensible space, their community defensible space, their home hardening. And most importantly, the communities are connected. People know each other. There have been a lot of studies about the social connections is one of the biggest aspects of resilience. And that's why the program for Firewise communities is so important. We have so many neighborhoods where people don't talk to each other, don't even know their next door neighbor. And that makes you vulnerable in an emergency. And so that's what the Fire Safe Council is working on with Firewise communities. I also want to just, education is really key. We've got a dynamite website, and we do wonderful events, and we also have speakers every month and record that. And some of it is really fascinating. Some of the research at UCSB, for example, they're looking at I planted natives all around my house. Well, they're very flammable. So they're doing research now on what are natives that are fire resistant. And I mean, this is laboratory research. And then we're hoping to take it to landscapers so that we can spread that around. To Das's question, one of the things that's really important to me, and I'm sure to you as well, Supervisor Williams, is that we do this in an environmentally responsible way. I mean, we've suppressed fire for so long. Now we understand it's a natural part of the cycle, and we have to learn to live with fire. But we don't want to just clear everything. And so how do we design landscapes that are more fire resilient? And that's what this regional wildfire mitigation plan is partly designed to do. Look at the entire South Coast region and how do you design a mosaic of orchards and wild landscape to shield and act as a buffer for the communities below. And so the Fire Safe Council provides a place for a lot of that research to happen, and I think it's really just starting for the kind of impact that it's going to have on our community, and it's already being looked to by other areas in California as well as across the nation. So anyway, well done. I think it's really significant work. And today we really see how important it is. And it's only going to get more important as climate change has greater impact. So thank you.
Supervisor Capps?
Yeah, thank you for both of these reports. My question is on how we can support you engaging more people. I've been impressed with the event at City College, 275 people, and I wrote down your number that you're working with 3,761. But how can we expand on that and engage more people in such important work? What sort of tools do you need? How can we help you with outreach, et cetera?
It's been great to meet with, because Supervisor Hartman is on our board, worked with her the most closely.
Sure.
I think it'd be fantastic to meet with all of you individually and talk about how we can work on that, learn about, we want to expand our fire waste communities, recognizing HOAs are a really great way to do that. So I think you guys tend to have a lot of contacts in the communities, and your staff do. It would be great to learn more about that and work on talking about our focus groups and how maybe we can start doing that with some of your constituents too, to learn about the barriers that they're facing, or resources they think they need, so that we can all work together on providing what the community thinks that they need to be more fire safe, instead of us going and thinking, here's what we think you need. So letting them speak first. But it would be fantastic to meet with all of you and talk more about your districts and your regions.
Excellent. Well, we'll follow up with you on that, because certainly during the housing element process, what we heard from a lot of HOAs and and groups of neighbors is evacuations, and how you plan for these things was top of the list in a very compelling way. So I'd love to follow up with you on that and engage the council.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, so I was wanting to know from Fred, if we could go slide 18 on Tepesque, the project summary there on the VMP. And I was just curious on the timeline there. The project ended, I guess, in May of this year. I know we had about $6 million to spend out there. Is all the work on Tepesque Canyon complete as far as that program is concerned?
We secured that grant 3 years ago. It sunsets March of 2025. So most of our efforts, as far as some mechanical, mostly done by the fuels crew though, and we did have a prescribed herbivory project on that in the first year. Most have at least had initial and maintenance treatments. The significant portion of that project is the prescribed fire project. It's we just submitted a completed what's called a vegetation management VMP packet to CAL FIRE for their approval. Once that's approved, we can start working to prep a lot of those areas. And some of the difficulty, it takes about a year to get a VMP packet prepared. With all the environmental interest, the surveys, and then we also have to get landowner agreements. We're going to put fire on your on your parcel, you know. So so we do have that. We're pushing forward so that we can go. It's really technical burning, a lot of topography, a lot of terrain, a lot of brush, a lot of resources at risk, vineyards down at the lower levels. So it's not, there are some prescribed fires that you can, it's like 3,000 or 4,000 acres of flat grass, and you can do that in a couple hours. But this one will probably take, if we were to implement all 3,000 acres, could take a couple of weeks just to make sure it's done right. So we're looking at least starting and doing most of that project and using most of that grant by the end of the year. So, because we won't be putting any fire on the ground in the spring. But there could be some maintenance if there's some funds left over for that. So, and if I could make just one more point, I think most of your offices and my office and most fire marshals' offices get inundated with questions about insurance. And I think as a collaborative effort with all the fuel reduction, with the education and the efforts the Fire Safe Council is doing in all the local areas, I think that I think it's going to bear out where we have some improved insurance rates in the county if we can educate the insurance companies too, right? So the Firewise communities, those communities identified are able to get are eligible for a discount on homeowners insurance. I've been able to use, during the Spalding Midland VMP, the Midland School was very, very happy to report that project was completed to their insurance company. That insurance company wanted that project done. We can get more data as far as if that assisted them with their rate. But, you know, with this fire now in their backyard, it makes the Midland School much more survivable and defendable for the fire department. So I've used a lot of the data and the you know, once you get a fire, a pretty big fire in the landscape, it's usually not ready to burn for from 17 to 20 years, you know, and our fire return interval, just as far as timing, has generally been 50 to 60 years. So so I think our efforts for the community really help with the pocketbook if we can get everyone educated and continue with our efforts.
If I can continue, so a big portion of that Tepiscay plan is still to be done between now and March next year? Is that?
Yeah, it's probably the fastest moving piece just because it's prescribed fire, but it's, you know, it's also the largest piece. So so 3,000 acres we are targeting to with weather that is favorable and with crews available that we can, and we have partners with CAL FIRE. They're also willing to throw their crews in there as well, and the Forest Service to help us with that, implement that project. So yeah, sorry to cut you off on that.
No, I just want. It's good to hear that it's still going to move forward by the end of the grant, because I was a little concerned that we're getting towards the end of it and whether we're going to be able to fully execute the plan out there. I know there's a lot of anxious property owners out there in the Tepiscay Canyon that are always concerned about fire. It's definitely an area that
with the yeah, sure, and just to reassure you a little bit more, with the success of our efforts in Santa Barbara County, you know, a lot of the other counties were able to get a lot more dollars just, you know, without trying. At this point, the CAL FIRE is trust this county, and you know, I started my career as a firefighter in Austin, climbing stairs up at dormitories and libraries, and not knowing much about vegetation management. We've built this vegetation management section, and Anne Marie has built her organization up as well. So we have the trust of CAL FIRE, and we have about 20,000 acres of prescribed fire projects on the books that we are going to continue to ask, and it looks like we probably, as long as the structural budget issues in the state don't fall off a cliff, you know, but we could be, I think we will be able to get additional funding either through grant process or not grant process because we want to be a significant part of that 100,000 acres a year of prescribed fire projects. So if we will likely get a lot of that done in Tepiscay, but if not, we're going to be successful getting some other monies to get it accomplished. So.
the Fire Safe Council. Where are you guys looking at? Do you guys need more engagement in certain areas in the North County?
Yeah, we luckily luckily that is on, grant to do a CWPP in Lompoc. And so Supervisor Hartman has helped lay the groundwork for that by connecting us with some local groups we can work with on partnering to connect with communities. But we did meet with a representative from Kiama, and through some of our grants, we're looking to do more work up there. Her name was Martha with the, I'm blanking on the resource center up there, Kiama Valley Resource Center, I believe. In Tepiscay, and that area's we've been trying to get into. We used to have a board member that lived up there. She unfortunately had some health issues and so had to step down. But looking to do a CWPP in that area after Lompoc Valley, potentially also Santa Ynez Valley. So CWPs have been a great way to start getting engaged with the communities, get our foot in the door, and so looking to do that. And through our focus groups, it'd be great to again meet with yourself and Supervisor. I'm horrible with the last names, and I can't see right now, but the chair.
Lavanino.
Lavanino. Thank you. I was about to say it, and I think I was going to say it wrong, so I panicked. Meet with you guys to learn about what resources are up there in terms of community engagement organizations, and try to work on hosting some focus groups up there to get ourselves more known in the community to be able to provide the services, recognizing your districts are maybe not as the fire risk areas, but that doesn't mean your residents and constituents don't face negative wildfire impacts, especially through smoke, through the 101 being closed, so they can't get to work in South County. That is a significant burden, losing a day's work. And so wanting to better understand those issues that constituents face and how we can potentially help out with that, or maybe provide resources to other organizations that can provide those connections and assistance.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it.
And I believe we have speakers from the public.
We do
one
have
more.
speakers.
Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Chair Lavanino, members of the board, we do have one request to speak. We will go to Zoom with Benjamin Pittle. Benjamin?
Yeah, good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Benjamin Pitterly. I'm here representing Los Padres Forest Watch. We're a Santa Barbara County-based nonprofit that works to protect wildlife, water, wilderness, and sustainable access within the Los Padres National Forest. And I want to offer mainly words of support today. And of course, we appreciate everything that County Fire is doing today during the lake fire to protect the community. We strongly support everything that the Fire Safe Council and County Fire are doing to address community protection using what are sometimes called the home outward approaches, the things like home hardening and defensible space within 100 feet of structures, because these practices they're tested and proven techniques that really do protect homes even during severe wildfire. These are solutions that are really making a difference. And we would ask the county to please do everything you can moving forward to support these home outward programs and initiatives. More broadly speaking, we do observe that many federal and state funding programs and mandates seem to be much more focused on the other part of the equation, the fuels management. However, what we see in terms of effectiveness, unfortunately, it tends to be very different, especially during severe wind-driven wildfire events, which of course are the types of wildfires we tend to be most concerned with. And we're seeing this play out time and time again. And again, I'm speaking very broadly here, but defensible space near homes, near evacuation routes, areas that protect firefighters, these things are very important. But the notion or the idea that many people have that fuel reduction in more remote natural areas, that's effectively stops the spread of severe wind-driven wildfires in our mountains and forests, that's just not playing out nationwide the way that many people expect. And that's important because that's also where the more significant environmental trade-offs can occur. And so we always just want to offer the polite reminder that when we use terms like fuel very generally, we can quickly lose sight of the fact that fuel, in many cases, it's actually native wildlife habitat. It's important. And when we start making statements about making forests healthier with fuel reduction, that's where things can get complicated and controversial quickly. Some forms of fuel treatment can be very impactful, but we're very grateful that Santa Barbara County Fire, generally speaking, has worked to insert some sensibility into this issue, and it has offered its influence as a regional partner in an effort to strike an appropriate balance. And we don't always agree with every project, and of course, we'd love to see things always continue to improve in terms of being extra selective and careful with fuel projects. But we do appreciate county fire's ongoing attention generally to making sure we're being as strategic as possible with fuel work as we move further and further from homes and community centers. And again, fantastic work from the Fire Safe Council. So with all that said, thanks very much. We appreciate your work.
All right. Thank you very much. Supervisor Hartman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one final thing I wanted to emphasize that the Fire Safe Council and my office is hosting on Friday, August 23rd at 1 p.m. Research results from focus groups that we did in disadvantaged communities about their questions and issues about fire and evacuation. And it was kind of surprising. So this is for cities and planners across the county, but just wanted to give that a shout out.
Outstanding. All right. So is this receive and file A and B? Be interested in a motion?
So I move A and B of staff recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, we're now going to be recessing to closed session. Well, County Council, could you please read the items for consideration today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. The board is scheduled to meet in closed session for conference with labor negotiators. The employee organizations are all bargaining units, unrepresented employees, managers, and executives. And the agency designated representatives are CEO Miyasato and Human Resources Director Christine Schmidt. Two items of existing litigation: Pacific Pipeline Company versus Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. That's a Central District Court case. And American Medical Response West versus the county, and that's a Santa Barbara Superior Court case. And one public employee performance evaluation for a county executive officer. And the time estimate is 2 hours.
2 hours, you said? Okay. We'll be back approximately 2:30.
Okay, we are back from closed session. County Council, can you please read out closed session?
The board met in closed session on conference with labor negotiators for all bargaining units, existing litigation, Pacific Pipeline versus Santa Barbara County Planning Commission and American Medical Response West versus the county, and public employee performance evaluation for county executive officer, and the board took no reportable action.
Thank you. With that, we are adjourned until Tuesday, July 16th in Santa Maria.